What's up? Welcome to Muddin with BEAGS, episode 6. Hello, everybody in the chat. We are going to do some mudding tonight. I got Oz, Rudd, and Shotgun again. And if you have any questions, put them in the chat, and Oz will make a note of it. And hopefully we can get questions answered a little better. It's difficult for me to watch everything here. So anyways, let's go ahead and jump into it and see what we can find. Let me share the screen. And let's see, hold on. It's full. I'm still learning this mess. And alrighty. So we got, let me see. Okay. We got, there we go. Okay, now I got my go. This is 1903 City Hall in Nashua. I'm butchering that. New Hampshire. I have no idea. Never heard of that. Anyways, I don't know what building this is. But, wow, look at that. Got a Mudflood door, Mudflood window, another Mudflood window, got a Mudflood window here. And I watched a video this week. I don't remember the channel. It's a new channel. It's one of these debunkers. They're going to debunk the Mudflood. And one of his great claims to his research fame was that the lower levels like this were designed like this for the servants. So what he was claiming was that every one of these little, underground level apartments was for the servants. So then that led me to wonder, well, most of the buildings around our world are, not lived in by the, Rockefellers and the Carnegies and the Morgans and, jackholes like that. So, what that leads me to think is, so you're saying, this guy's saying that everybody had servants back in, 1900. Well, that's not really what I thought was going on. So maybe I need to go back and do a little research and pull my head out of my ass. But what do I know? I just thought it was interesting. So you got to, look out for data like that. There's an arc light. These are old glass windows here. You can tell by the way they have this weird look to them. I thought this was really kind of weird. I mean, I don't know. I guess it's supposed to represent a globe, but what I'm thinking is that they ripped whatever was in here out of here. You got your laurel leaf here. So I don't know. Something weird about that. Got your cupola up here. Got your eagle on a ball, so to represent the phoenix. Got your Phoenician shell up here. Might be a sub rosa there. Ether antenna there. And this would be an addition here. You see how this is stacked up the brick, and then they have to strap it down with wire. That's an addition. They wanted to put chimneys in here for fireplaces to heat it after we stole the buildings. But you would not. It's a bad idea to build a chimney and then have to strap something around it. That's a bad idea. Architecturally, safety-wise, that's a bad idea. Mudflood windows down here. Oh, what else can we find? Little mini obelisk-looking thingies. Arched windows. Oh, that's an interesting chimney there. I believe chimneys were part of the wind catcher systems that were used. Anywho, we got 1903 Seaward Park, New York. And we're gonna find. I'm gonna find Boss Man. Peeping at what's going on over here. Check out that. Now that's a proper jungle gym right there. I need to build one of those right there. My good. That thing is. I don't even know. Let's see. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 15, 20. Damn near 20 feet tall. That, gosh, that thing is. I mean, you break your neck on that thing. But I'd so be on that, having a good time. Look at all these new trees. Always these little new trees. They had to replant everything. I think that's kind of strange. Got some tickle-ticky things up here at their antenna, at their fencing over here. The arc lights over here and here. Got torus fields right here on your columns. They're fixing up the building here from after they stole it. At their antenna up here. These are probably part of a wind catcher system here, these little winders here. Okay. Pyramid symbology. Got the truck that puts the water down on the ground so it keeps the dust down. Blah, blah, blah. Man, this thing is very cool. What is that? Ether antenna? What is that supposed to? What is that thing? Is that like a stage or something? I don't know. It's got windows down. Oh, it's got a door going into the underground right here. That thing is super weird right there. I'd love to know what that thing's called. This is in Stewart Park. I'm going to have to look more into that. Look how big these arches are. Torus fields. Very cool. Hope you guys are hearing me okay. I've got the microphone a little bit further away tonight, trying to keep it out of my field of vision. So if it's not loud enough, I'll bring it in closer. This is another image of the same park in 1903 in New York, Seward Park. Got your trolley. Maybe that's the ice cream man right there. That's Boss Man right there. These are going to be right. This platform right here. Now I can't confirm it because I can't. It's not a clear enough image, but more than likely there is pavement light in that platform and under here. That's a common thing that they did. I think we added these fire escapes. Arched windows, capacitor urns, Phoenician shells up here, diamond symbology. If you missed it earlier, Ozbeast is riding shotgun tonight, and if you have any questions, just put them in the chat, and Oz will make a note if it's something he thinks is worth me checking into, and we'll see if we can answer the question for you, or try our best. I got an old world fire hydrant. There's Fred's the horse that built America. What are these guys doing right here? Maybe a funeral. That looks like a funeral cart. Hard to say. It's like the camera got like shaky in the wind or something. Because normally a photograph like this would have a clearer image. Horseshit awnings. I can't tell what's going on here. Maybe some swings or something. I'm not sure. Interesting brickwork right here. Crappy awnings. Ice cold soda water. There's something right there going into the underground, and there's an underground stairs right here, and there's probably pavement light right here. That's a coal hole cover right there. Okay. Got some underground stuff right here. Maybe right there. Hard to tell. Okay, moving on. 1918 Federal Truck, San Francisco Casket Company, makers of the box you'll go in. A sobering scene from the depths of the Spanish flu epidemic. So another bullshit, whatever they put together. These old tires are cool. Get your pine box. Pine boxes, anyone? Get your pine box. So anyways, I don't see a whole lot else going on there. Boston circa 1908, Hotel Thorndike, Bolston and Church Streets. It's something, it seems like there's always a Church Street. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. See some Mudflood windows back here. That must be where they kept the servants. Because everybody had servants back then, because every building had, a level below ground. So I'm assuming that everybody, even the poor sapsucker on the block, had a servant. At least that's what, I learned this week. I learned all kinds of weird shit this week. The Meltarts taught me this week that concrete is melted brick and that slate is melted brick. So that was a new one on me. I'm still gotta work on that to get that around my, worked into my mind so I can understand that. But there's Fred's the horse built America, in case you unaware and uninformed. There's Wilbur's his cousin. There's Mudflood windows. Those columns are massive. This is all facaded. I mean, you can see the brick right here. This is just facade. Arc light. Big ass door. We had to add steps going up right here. See that? And what are we going to find? Got arched windows. There's a weird chimneys. And I think chimneys were part of the wind catcher systems, which allowed for the flow of air. I've got a video I'm going to try to remember to show you later that I've got that talks about that a little bit. What are we going to see? Look at all that detail. That's a badass. I don't know what you call that, cart, buggy. I don't know what the hell you call it. Arc lights. Wow, that's so weird. Look at that. How that is done there. Look how big that door is. Diamond symbology. And then you got these tiny little doors. Fred gave him a blanket here. Oh my God. Man, they're going to make sure you're not getting in here. They got bars all over them windows, all the way up. How weird is that? Got their antenna. It's got a flag on that one. I can't believe we ever bought the flag on. Okay, so Osby's just saying it's a buggy. So I'll call it a buggy. Circa 1910 steam shovel removing rock loosened by dynamite, Livingstone Channel, Michigan. And I just thought this was interesting because I don't remember if I found a steam shovel on wheels yet. I've found them plenty of times on the rails, with the the train wheels. I just thought this was badass, but you know, I might have seen one before, but either way, it was badass. I'm going with this really cool, so I figured I'd show it to you. Why not? I ain't got nothing else to do, and I'm not gonna get up in that tower. I just don't feel safe. And these big boulders, if you're, you know, studying the Tartology, are considered bricks. So we're going to say that all of this is melted bricks. So that's your Tartology 101 for today. Circa 1915, room with painting of child roses, blah, blah, blah. And, sorry, somebody chiming in on the old phone. Oh, good grief. Hold on, guys. Blah, 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 blah. Who cares? So, anyways, this is an interesting painting. And got another painting back here. Got you, lion, tiger, maybe. I got you a little torch field here, blah, blah, blah. And what I really want to show you is this chair. This chair was just really stood out to me. You got Phoenician wave here. And you know, maybe this is representing maybe an eagle. I'd say it's a guess. Maybe, I don't know, maybe griffin. I don't know. I'm not sure. Tell me what you think that is. I'm not real. I kind of undecided. And this got that weird kind of symbol that I've been wondering what it is. You got a circumpunct right here. I don't know. I just thought this chair was like, you know what this chair struck me as like something that they stole from the old world, and instead of burning it like I think they did with most of the furniture, they kept this one. I don't know. There's a Phoenician wave on that right there too. I don't know. Just something interesting. Detroit, 1905, Goebel Brewing Company brew house. Brouhaha. Okay. And Fred is over here doing some, you know, delivering all this brick, because that's what Fred does. He delivers all the brick to cover up the Mudflood windows here, because that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry. This is where the servants would live, because everybody had servants, you know. That's important. Why do people decide that you care what they got to say all the time? I don't care. And ether antenna. It's a weird building. Look at that brickwork there. So cool. There's something strange right there. I'm not sure what that is. And that whole, that's just odd how all that's done right there. But look at that window, and then you got these that are bricked up. That's high weirdness. So we've added some signage. Got dog tooth there. Looks like ventilation. Looks like a big old door. Got your winged disc. Got your I-896 on the front. Got your more Mudflood windows over here. Big door. These windows want to go into the ground, but these definitely are where the servants stay, because everybody had servants, you know. I mean, I think that's wonderful. I don't understand why we don't all have servants today. I'd like to have a servant in my basement to, you know, do my laundry and cook my dinner and chop the wood and all the other things that have to be done. I mean, I think that's a great idea. I think we should bring that back. Everybody gets a servant. Just an idea. Not a slave. Servant. I mean, they get paid. I'm just saying, it'd be nice to have a servant. Wouldn't you like a servant? Somebody to rub your feet, do your laundry, wash your dishes, take out the trash, show the Detroit circa 1910 Ford sales office Boulevard building, Griswold and Congress Street's headquarters of the Edward Ford Plate Glass Company. And you thought it was going to be Ford Motor Company, didn't you? Tell the truth. And we got a brick melted road here, in case y'all are wondering what that is. So they laid down all this, brick after the mud flood, because here's your pavement light, in case you need some of that. And then they melted it, or it was melted and they cut it into bricks again and then put it back in the road. I mean, come on, people. Horseshit 101 here. There's Boss Man. That's all pavement light right there. Pavement light is glass blocks that are prismed, and the light comes through them and then shines back into the building underneath through the old windows and doors that were the original entrances. Got your underground lift right here. What are we gonna find? Looks like some buildings have been, like a building may have caught on fire and been demolished right there. That detail. Jeez. I found something like this just the other day, very similar to that. It's made of ceramic. I don't know how old it is, but it's old to an extent. Looks like a porthole there. Riverside Storage Company. There's a healing center right there. You got some kind of mud floody business going on here. Looks like an underground right there. And I know you guys might not be able to see, the pictures super duper, because of size. But remember, as always, the pictures for every show are in the description, and you can go do your own looking and put them in your collection. And that way you don't have to rely on old Biggs's eyes. I try, but you might find things that I don't find. People find things all the time. There's a flat Earth asterisk. You got your vertical and your horizontal. Horizontal represents your flat Earth plane. Your vertical represents your north and south magnetic pole, and then your X represents your torus field. You got ether antenna. Hold on, let's stay on this building. And that's very interesting. That is a wind catcher right there. So all of these are wind catchers. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like that. It's really cool. What the wind catchers did is that it helped. These right here helped regulate how much air into what part of the building the air went. Air is very important. I'm going to show you a video later. It's pretty cool. Phoenician shell. I wish I could see the detail in this building. Ford building. First National Bank. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. Pavement light on the front. Old ether lights. Big ass doorways. That plate glass right there is very hard to make in this time frame. I don't know what we got going here, but we're up to some hanky panky there. Ether, arc light there. This is all facade right here. See, this is a brick building, see? And this is facade. So if you see fanciness as facade. Look at that brickwork there. Now that is nice. So unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. If you're the design, if you're the person building this building, why would you spend so much money making this detail on a building you're trying to make money on? I mean, unless you're housing the Rockefellers in every freaking building, you're really, not doing yourself a justice. You're not a good businessman. Matter of fact, you're not a businessman at all. You're a broke person. Yeah, Phoenician shells. Can't quite make out what that Duma flopper is right there. There's the dripping fruit. Not sure what it means. Would love to know if you have any theories. Phoenician waves, laurel leaf of control, arched windows. That's a porthole. More Phoenician shells, Tartarian lions. Yeah, I said it. Tartaria. And no, Tartaria was not America. Was there the Tartarians? Were they in America? Yes. They were the great brick builders. They probably built this building. You know, they were probably contracted out to build this building and damn near every other building. But were they, you know, was America Tartaria? No, it wasn't. Get your Keystone. Sorry, I get distracted. Okay, moving on. Detroit, 1910, Library Park, Great Ott Avenue, Great Yacht. I'm gonna butcher that. I'm not a wordsmith. So sorry. Avenue and Farmer Street. I got Farmer Street right. And ooh, we can punch in on that window right there. It's interesting. Phoenician shell right there. Okay, that's about it of that. Let's get down here. Got your trolley. Got your pavement light right here. Right there. So got a lot of pavement light. Women in uniform. Boss man's right here. Lady in uniform. That's a grate, which they used the grate prior to the pavement light, and they got rid of that because it was a real bad idea. That could be pavement light there, right? Hard to tell. There's an underground right there. Hard to tell. When you see railing, look down. Railing was one way they tried to hide it, and also it was for protection so people didn't fall. So railing's important. Look at these old. I bet these are Tiffany lamps. How much you want to bet? I don't know. Who knows? I went gem mining in the mine where they mined the mica for the Tiffany company one time. That was really cool. Went inside the mountain, and no, I didn't find any brick buildings in there. And I was in the mountain, and I was in there with a pickaxe, and I was banging on the walls. Never found one brick. I found sapphires, lots of sapphires, but not one brick. Check out these; those are cool. Interesting. Hiram. Interesting. Close of class. Interesting. Rudolph. Okay. Detroit Dental Depot. Arched windows. It's a weird little thing to do. What's the point of all that? And why put that there? What does that do for you? How much extra did it cost to do that little doodad right there? I'm just saying. Just seems unreasonable for a money making opportunity to put little stupid decorations on something like that. I don't know what this rope business here. Oh, we're holding up the sign. Union made clothes. Let's see. A big old horseshoe. Oh wow. Okay, is this? Detroit. Oh, okay. I think this is the. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's one of the government buildings, like the city hall or something. That's that big statue. We've looked at that before in the past shows. Big old cupolas, probably wind catcher up there. That could be the wind catcher there. Hard to tell from this distance. Wow, what a world. We live in a shithole compared to this world. I mean, yeah, they had muddy streets, yeah. But, I mean, I bet it was just badass to walk around and look at this. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. In case you were unaware to uninformed. That is probably pavement light. Right there. Hard to tell, but you got pavement light on this side of the street. It means this side of the street's mud flooded too, and it's got the telltale large outer rim of the pavement light right there, but I can't confirm nor deny the pavement light existence. And let's see. Look at this brickwork here. Insanity. I don't even know what this antiquity thing up here is. What in the world? Hmm. I don't even know what that thing. That's weird right there. That is one hell of a cornice. Man. Okay. Hell of a picture. Detroit, 1915. Detroit Creamery Company at right. The Hotel Tuller at left. A dealer in Studebaker wagons. So the Hotel Tuller's over here. And you got some portholes up here for a wind catcher. Got your coin right there. Got you a swastika. What in the world? 1915. Interesting. Why are the 1915? That's, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's pre. Okay, the Germans were using the swastika as a good luck symbol pre dipshit mustache boy. So, and but why it would be on the, I don't know. There was a lot of organizations that used the swastika. I can't read that. I don't know. Maybe somebody can answer that question. I don't think that's German in any way. And it's pre-Nazi, so the National Socialists they wouldn't have picked that symbol up for another. Oh, geez, 5 years or so, somewhere around there. Got your portholes here. I don't know, just something interesting. And there's Fred. Fred's got him a blanket, and that's Wilma, his lady friend. And this is his team of horses that they moved all this brick into Detroit and every other city around the world, because that's what they do. They move brick. Alrighty. Got prism glass right here. Anytime you see prism glass, I look down and there is something weird there, but I can't confirm or deny what it is. That looks like it could be a window into the underground right there, but I cannot confirm or deny. And over here, same thing. It looks like a window, and that looks like probably a trap door into the underground. So it's probably the same thing. That's a really wide door. I don't know how tall it is. It's pretty tall, but not super tall. And you got Pooper Scooper Man on the job getting it done. I get he's got a lot of business here. And you got your Old World fire hydrant. I believe they are Old World. Now I imagine they had to bring this system up, to meet the new level. But I don't know. There's just something old worldly about the fire systems. I don't know. I don't have any proof for it. It's just kind of me thinking out loud, trying to piece it all together. Got your ether antenna there, pyramid symbology. It's a weird little thing right there. Pyramid symbology, big ass ether antenna, possibly mercury ball. And moving on. Detroit, Michigan, 1900 DM Ferry and Company seed warehouse. Okay, so we're going to store our seeds in a big ass beautiful building, because seeds give a damn what the building looks like. And these windows on the ground just, they scream that ain't right. If you look at the architecture, if you look at this whole section here, and you got the arched windows at the top, and then you got another window here, another window here, another window here. But then here looks very similar to here. You know, just kind of have to wonder if they came in and redid the brickwork here. And maybe it looked like this, but down here in a way. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because this up here has this almost checkerboardy Masonic feel, which is interesting. I don't know. It's iffy diffy. I don't know. And it goes. Looks like they get small. Looks like the flow is this way, going uphill, and looks like the flow is going this way. Oh yeah, definitely. Look at the window here compared to here. The flow definitely goes uphill here, no doubt. And look at that big ass arch. Look at that big ass door. We would have made these stairs to go up. The old hitching post there. Old world fire hydrant. Brick cobblestone road that's not melted. I mean, it's, oh, I'm sorry, it is melted. This is definitely a melted road because, you know, they had to, we got mud flooded, and then, we had, to dig up the melted road and then, break it apart back into bricks and lay it back down on the new level and all that. Sorry. Had to make sure we get the proper information out to the public. That's cool dog toothing there. That's horse shit we added. That's interesting there. Big ass ether antenna, mercury ball thingy on the top. I mean, what a hell of a building to store seeds in. Seed warehouse. It's a seed warehouse for seeds. Duluth, Minnesota ship canal between 1890 and 1910. And I just thought this was interesting. I don't even know what the hell's going on here. Maybe a gas light, or maybe an old ether light that they've busted or broken or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what the hell those things are. I don't know what's going on there. And what's up with this thing? Got your old world lighthouse. Not sure what's going on back there. Can't see too good. It's not the greatest picture in the world, but it's, interesting. Smokestack's not a smokestack. There's another one of them things right there. Goes all the way over here. Oh, that's really weird. Old tugboat, old steam tugboat. Burn that coal, I'm assuming. Old world smokestack. Ain't a smokestack. I don't know what the smokestacks were. Not sure what they were. I don't know. I just thought that was a weird picture. Fall River, Massachusetts, 1920s. The Main Street. And got your chicken wire in case you need some of that. Because, it's a good thing to put chicken wire on the outside of a nice building, I think. Yeah, that man means business right there. They will pick your pocket as soon as you turn around. There's Pooper Scooper's equipment. You need to know where that is. Lady in uniform. I bet that's the butcher right there. Gosh, he looks just like a butcher, don't he? Looks like he's playing a role. Phoenician shell. I don't know. What is that? A lotus leaf? What is that? I don't know what that is. What is that? Anybody know? I don't know. I'm just guessing. What are we gonna find? These could be part of a wind catcher here, but it's hard to tell. There's some urn capacitors right there. This is all facade. See, that's a facade block. It's just a covering to make it look different. Ether finial. Oh, look at that ether finial. Hoorah! Yeah. That looks like a hot night, Paris. Good grief. Let's see. Okay. Well, isn't that, kind of messed up there? Hell, that is. Oh, Lord. What have we done to these people? Electric glass. Electric glass, wood, cloth, metal signs. Okay. Get your signs there. Da, 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 da. Cherry and something you pay less. I guess that's a women's uniform shop. There's Fred and Wilbur. They're the horse that built America and the other horse that built America. Basically, they built America, in case you didn't know. And those are probably Play-Doh blocks at this point. And got a window on the ground level there. I think that's Boss Man right there. Da, da, da. Got a horse right there. Crappy awnings. We're going to build this amazing facade on this building and make it look better, and then we're going to put crappy awnings because we just can't figure out anything better. Does that make sense? No, I don't think it does. That's just me thinking. Old ether antenna there. There's your old healing center back in the back here. It's kind of doohickey up there. Man, it's a busy place. Can't even keep up. Trolleys. Man, 1, 2, 3, 4 trolleys in that. 5 trolleys in that one shot. Dang, that's a lot of trolleys. Jeez. Fall River, Massachusetts. I've never even heard of Fall River, Massachusetts. No offense to Fall River, Massachusetts. I just ain't never heard of it. So it's just interesting. You got all these trolleys running, fairs around town. That's a lot of trolleys. Got their antenna. Kind of Glober's crap that is. Let's see. Makes more and better bread. Okay. Daily Globe. Oh, okay. So it's a newspaper. Well, of course they're going to put a horse shit globe up there. Well, that makes sense now. Got your diamond symbology, as above, so below. Coal. I guess they sell coal, maybe? Okay, I think I've exhausted that one. Okay, we got pigeons, feeding pigeons, Piazza San Marco, Venice, between 1895 and 1910. And I just thought this was a cool picture. And that lady doesn't even look real to me. These look a little more real. That lady looks like straight up fake. She's painted in or something. I don't know. And I don't know what's up with dude's eyes. Creepy dude. Okay. Righty. I don't know. This is a weird photo. I don't know. It's an old ether light. They've been converted. Look at these big ass doors. Good gravy. Thing is humongous. Giganormous. What is that thing? Look at that flagpole. That's a freaking flagpole and a half. I mean, basically, that's just ether antenna. What's on this? What kind of critter is on that thing? I don't even know what kind of critter that is. And these things are the same things, the exact same phenotypes that are on the Ponce de Leon in St. Augustine, Florida. So I thought that was interesting. Got your onion domes. I just don't even know what's going on in this picture. There's so much going on. Europe is like just flat out stupid, crazy cool. I don't know. There's Boss Man. That looks like J.P. Morgan with his big ass fat nose. Ladies in uniform. I don't even know if any of these people are real. I really don't. This they could be painted in there. I don't know what's up with these ether antennas, man. I don't know what kind of critter. I mean, is it an eagle? What is that? What kind of critter is that? Somebody tell me. What is this? Is that a griffin? I can't really tell. What we got going here? There's a bell they didn't steal. Why they gotta be stealing all the bells? What's up with the bells? Da, da, da. We got a zodiac calendar thingy here. Maybe. Huh. One. What kind of counting is that? I think that's a zodiac. That's what it looks like. Big ass archway. I don't know. Moving on. And we got Girard Trust Building, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, between 1905 and 1920. And what we'll find? We'll find Fred on the job, doing his job as usual, because that's what he does. Got some kind of underground action there. Not sure what that is. Probably some kind of underground right there. Very nice. That's really well done right there. Page and Page. That's funny. There used to be a tire shop near me called Page and Page. There's a sad story behind that place. Anyways, that's another time. Tourist fields. What a building! Wow. Ether antennas. Wow. I mean, seriously, why do you have bars on the windows way up here? Interesting. I don't know. That's odd. I don't know what's going on there. You got your horseshit awnings right there. Okay, we got some boats, got some Phoenician waves, laurel leaf for control. I don't know, some kind of ship action. I'm not sure. Tourist fields. We would have built this outcropping door here because the door was too big, and our tiny little asses were just letting in too much air, and the doors were too heavy. And now we got ether lights up here, and we got pavement light right here. Got Pooper Scooper Man's cart there in case you're a Pooper Scooper Man watcher. We got a pavement light right there. I'm wondering if that's a coal hole cover or some kind of that looks like a pavement light in that cover right there, but it's hard to tell. More pavement light in case you need that. And there's some more Play-Doh bricks because we don't use real bricks for cobblestoning. That would be, not a good way to build a road. We use Play-Doh for our brick roads. That's what I'm going to start saying. I'm just going to basically like one up the crazy. Instead of this being a melted brick, I'm going to say this is Play-Doh, and I'm going to one up the crazy, and then y'all got to one up my crazy. So we'll see who wins. So we got Play-Doh roadways here. Got entrance to the underground right there. There's something going on right here. See these railings here? There's something going on there. I love their pillars, columns, and shit. I don't know. All that's facaded. There's brick underneath that. See, right there, got the brick. The facade is just it's just what it says it is. It's facade. So you can see the layer of the facade right here. It just makes it look different. It's a way of designing and changing the building. And that looks like, that really kind of looks Photoshop there. And look at that. Does that not look Photoshopped? I don't know if those clouds are real or not. Sometimes you can tell. Now Meltards would say this is melted, building here, and so I'm going to call this as a Plato building. This building is made of Plato. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. How you like that? Grand Rapids, Michigan, circa 1908. View of Monroe Street, showing Hotel Pantlid. What the hell is that mean? I don't know. Some kind of craziness. Okay, we got a cobblestone Plateau street. We got a staircase here, which is actually a more like a platform, and there is pavement light in that platform, and then you've got bullseye pavement light in the side here to let light in. But that is pavement light right there. You got a trap door to the underground there, coal hole covered there. Oh, what that's odd. That's a bicycle, obviously. But what the hell is this thing? I don't know. That's weird. All ladies in uniform. Boss man, he's just like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of ladies in uniform. At the lights, those are cool. These are prism transoms. Got your prism glass, and they help shine light back into the buildings. There's some more prism transoms there. Some kind of Antiquitech stuff there. Got a clock. Clocks are expensive, and I cannot tell if it's 1V or 4-1 or 4 lines for the 4. Hard to tell. Cannot tell you. That's interesting right there. Some kind of bill sign. Got Torres Field there. That's an electric car. Oh, that's a dog. You don't see those much. There's Fred. Fred's always on the job. Does this, like, is it me, or does this, like, look staged? I don't know. There's a staginess about that. Got some kind of underground action going right here. Look at all that horse crappy awning. These are wind catchers right here. And they would open and close, and depending on which one you open and how much you open it, depending on how much air was regulated through the building into certain parts of the building. Just so you know, in case you care, in case you want to know. Told you anyways. Didn't really matter. I'm driving. Let's see. Man, what a freaking world this place is. Okay. That looks like a little electric car there. Tesla ain't got shit on that. I bet you got pavement glass. There's those platform stair things again. I bet you there's pavement glass in there. Bet you dollars to donuts. Actually, I'll take a donut right now. So if you got a donut, please share. Sharing is caring. That's our Lite, postal telegraph, direct wires, and quick service. Okay, florist. Look at those arched windows. Hell of a building. Hope you guys are having fun in the chat. Oz Beast is riding shotgun, so if you have any questions, uh, ask Oz to write down the question. Just make it, something interesting. Um, and there are no stupid questions, really. I've got stupid questions. I've got 1,000 stupid questions, so there are no stupid questions. There's stupid people, but there's not stupid questions. It looks like could be a circuit punk right there. That's a wind catching system there. Okay, moving on. And we got Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, circa 1916 Market Street. And let's see, I'm going to say that's Boss Man right there. Keep an eye on things. And I'll stop and answer questions when I get done. That way I keep my flow going. But we can go back and look at certain pictures if you so desire. So you have a certain question about a certain picture or something like that. See how they like stuccoed over the brick there? There's your laurel leaf of control right there and there. Wind catcher system there. You got your eagle, your unicorn, maybe another unicorn. Basically an unscrubbed cartouche. I'm not sure what kind of critter that is. I'm not sure what that is. That's weird. It's probably part of a wind catcher right there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's not get off track here. Got your Taurus field there. Look at this, those columns are huge, and we added these stairs. Those aren't. That's not. That wasn't there originally. Got your Play-Doh curbing there, and we got probably Play-Doh streets too, because that's how we're doing the streets. In case you weren't aware of that. And there's Fred. Fred's getting him a drink of water. There's a water fountain. That's actually a rarity to find a water fountain. So I don't think Calum's in here tonight. Calum Wilkinson, if you are, Calum's always looking for water fountains for the horses. There's your water fountain, Calum. I think he's still having internet troubles because we hadn't heard from him in a while. He's out there in the middle of the desert somewhere. Anyways, hey, Calum, if you're out there. And we got some underground action there. Trust company. Chihuahua's getting active. Don't you come over here starting trouble. Got time for you. I'm over here trying to do some mudding. Coal sign. Some kind of flowery symbol doodaddy thing. Taurus fields. Dog tooth. Check that out. Pushing the globe. I would have loved been in that, around when they said, okay, we're going to switch from flat Earth to the globe model. And people were like, say what? That would have been a funny conversation. And people, yo, you going to come golf your damn rocker. How are we going to live on a basketball? Oh, I guess they didn't have basketballs back then. Taurus field. I bet that was a funny conversation, though. I bet people were like, you done gone crazy. Just straight up cuckoo clock. Talking about we live on a globe. But they got away with it. Basically, they probably put them on the rack and tortured them until they agreed that it was a ball. That's probably how they got away with it. These are ether antennas up here. Rock Hurt Company, the house quality cash or credit. Look at all the ether antennas. The new store of W.M. Strauss. Okay, dentist. Trolley. Da, da, da. Get kind of hard to see back yonder. Okay, let's get down here. Drugs. Okay. These light posts are so unnecessarily nice. I'm not sure what that thingy is. There's some pretty good pictures tonight. Let's see. I think. And I picked them. Actually, I just go into my stash and just grab them. I don't put a lot of thought into it. See that old flag. Okay, anywho. Got Hotel Pontchartrain, Detroit, Michigan, 1907. And Fred is right here doing, what Fred does. Fred delivers to the construction site all the materials get delivered right here to the site via this little fella. Because Fred is the horse that built America, in case you were unaware and uninformed. That's boss man right there. You got some Mudflood right here. There's Wilbur. He's Fred's cousin, and he does also the same thing as Fred. Got a ladder lane, big ass archway. Looks like they're changing the facade out on this one. Portholes there. The eagle representing the phoenix. Onyx paints. Another ladder lane here. And they had steel in the old world, so just might as well just wipe that off the idea map, because yeah, they had steel. You got your eagle right here representing the phoenix and Mercury. Got your capacitor urns there and there. Interesting. Look at that pulley system. That thing's wonky. Look at those sawhorses right there. I mean, that's what they're using for scaffolding. I mean, I do this kind of work, and I'm going to tell you right now, oh, hell no, I ain't getting on that. I got a safety factor I follow. That is how, right there is how they lift crap up to the buildings. That shitty little thing, piece of crap right there, they're saying they put this steel up with. I ain't buying it. Indianapolis, circa 1907, Knights of Pythias building Castle Hall. And we got our Plato Road here, cobblestone Plato Road. Check out this brick building on the side first, just for, because I don't know, no other particular reason other than we are. Got your electric car. Tesla ain't got nothing on that. Got you another electric car and another electric car. And you got pavement glass all over the freaking front of this thing, in case you need pavement glass. You got a entrance to the underground here, stairs going down. Pavement glass all over the front. Old world fire hydrant. That's a lady in uniform, in case you didn't see her. Big at now this glass this right here is very difficult to make in this time frame. That ain't no joke. That's probably been redone. More pavement glass. Got another underground entrance right there. You got a trap door, probably with one of those lifting elevator systems in that. Got your tourist field right there. This is a very Flatiron looking building. Just a side note. You got your tiny little trees, got your old ether lights. You got actual trees back there, man. This is all facaded all the way up. You got an unscrubbed cartouche with a C, an F, and a B, a sword. Phoenician wavy thing at the front. These could be scrubbed cartouches. They might have had something on there, possibly. Old ether antenna on top. There's another unscrubbed cartouche right there. I can't tell what's on it though. Got people looking out the window there. Kind of creepy. And what are we gonna find? What are we gonna find? Anything good? Show me what you got. What? Candle store. What did you do? Okay. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. That was that store. The not Bed Bath and Beyond. Yankee Candle. Oh my God, I can't go in that damn store. That's the stinkingest damn store I've ever smelled in my life. That store should be closed on. Like there should be like an EPA law or something against that store. That store's rank. I mean, just rank. And I know, ladies. I know. No offense to you, ladies out there. I know y'all love that store. I know, but it stinks. I'm telling you from a fellow standpoint. And y'all's noses is supposed to be more powerful than the male nose. But I tell you what, that I can't take it. I can't take it. I can take this Little Rock, Arkansas, 1910 Main Street, north from 6th Street. And we got the Plato Cobblestone Road, and we got Supersonic Fred, which is the horse that built America, in case you need to know where he is. Got Boss Man, we need to know where he is. Son of a bitch. And what we got, we'll find. We got prism glass transoms there, prism glass transoms. Blah blah blah. Lots of brick. Unscrubbed cartouche, dripping fruit. Phoenician shell, portholes right there, part of the wind catcher system. More portholes, like a Phoenician wave. More portholes over here. Another unscrubbed cartouche there. Metropolitan Life. Get your insurance, which really is bullshit. Got your portholes there. We'll go find. Let's see. There might be pavement glass in that right there, especially because you got the prism glass right here. Okay, got your ether finial, ether antenna, arched windows, ether finial right here. Some kind of techie stuff there. Got a porthole there. No, it could be an arched window. That's hard to tell. I'm not sure if that's a porthole or an arched window. I don't know. You decide. I can't really tell. Okay, we'll go over here. Ladies in uniform. Old fire hydrants. Prism glass right here. Smoke. Smoke it if you got it. It's okay to have you a puff pass here and there. I mean, it's okay. You know, it's okay. If you know, but you know, you can't let it run your life. Okay. If you get up every day and all you do all day long is smoke, you might want to back off a little bit because you're missing life. You can't go through life high. You miss everything. Just saying. That's just me opinion. Arc light. And I've been there. I've been high as a motherfucker. I spent years high, years drunk. I'm speaking from experience. I'm not just just talking shit. I'm telling you from experience. I'm sober as hell now, though. Been sober a long time. Check out that thing. I don't even know what the hell is going on there. Let's see. Okay, got. I don't know. That could be a Tartarian line there. Laurel leaf control and the Phoenician shell. That's kind of interesting. The line here you got. Let's say that is a Tartarian line, which I kind of think it is. Tartarian line, then laurel leaf control, then the Phoenician shell, one on top of the other. Maybe in uh, uh, line of importance. Maybe the Phoenician shell is higher than the Tartarian line. I don't know, just something interesting. Not sure for sure. I mean, Mudflood theory is best guess. You know, best guess. Uh, Madison Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee, 1906. And Fred's buddy end is right here because Fred is the horse that built America. And got pavement glass right here. What we gonna find? Torus field right there. Arched windows, lots of brick as always. And look at that horseshit fire escape right there that we added. Seriously, I mean, think about it. Really use your noodle here. Look at the beautiful architecture there, okay? And then you go up here, you look at the beautiful architecture here, okay? And you go up here and you look at the beautiful architecture here, okay? And you keep going up, you go to all beautiful architecture, okay. And you get up here, beautiful architecture. But then you got this horseshit ladder right on the front. Like, oh yeah, let's like finish it out with a horseshit ladder right up the front. Cause that'll look good. I can just see the architect, like you telling the architect we're gonna put a horseshit ladder like that on his building that he has just designed. He would literally pull out the 45 that's in his desk and shoot you in the fucking kneecap because you're so fucking stupid. I'm just saying. That's just an opinion. And this is a facade here. See all that? And if you look behind, you get up under this lady's skirt, you will see brick. Anywho, and don't hitch here. Ladies in uniform. Wow, there's a black lady. Cool. Of course, we should say black. They're not black. Why do we say that? Ugh. They're not black. They're brown. Brown people. I don't know. It's ridiculous. They're not even brown. They're. Brown's not even. Why don't we just call them what they are? Orange. They're dark orange people. That's what they are. I don't know. This world's so fucked up. Okay. And we got portholes there, probably part of a wind catcher. And going up, going over. And we've got ether antennas, arched windows, diamond symbology right there. That's a cool picture of the kid right there. Poor horse. There's some kind of underground action right here. You can see by the railing, and then you can see a darkness right here. That's part of an underground. And look at the crappy stairs we had to build in order to get up in the building. And okay, yeah, there's something very. What the hell? Okay, there's something very weird here. Look at this. This is like a covered awning of sorts. There is a down. There's stairs going down right here. I don't know how to say it better. And then look at this dude. I mean, look back up. Look at that dude. He's like standing on top of that thing. Billards upstairs. Interesting. Okay. Check that out. Arc light. Oh man, look at that ether finial and ether fencing right there. Very nice. These are probably modified wind catchers. These are probably wind catcher windows right here. I mean, look at that. Look at that. We can build these beautiful buildings, but then look at the poles we put up. Look at this gnarly thing right here. And that looks vanilla skied. Look how clean cut that looks around everything. Very vanilla sky looking. Matter of fact, like, what's going on here? Okay, that's a fire escape ladder. Okay, the ladder's going here. How are you going to get from here to here? You going to take the leap of faith? I don't know. This arch right here. Keystone. Phoenician shells. Okay, I'm getting lost. And we got Main Street, Buffalo, New York, 1904. And horse crappy awnings. Whipped cream soda. Pavement light right there. Ladies in uniform, more pavement light. We got Fred. Fred is the horse that built America. We got more pavement light. Free something. Not sure what she's selling. More pavement light here. More pavement light here. More pavement light here. Got an underground trapdoor here. Probably a coal hole covered there. Lots of ladies in uniform. More pavement light right there. More pavement light right there. Oh my, just keep going. Okay, back up. Start over. I get lost. Ladies in uniform. Okay, that's odd. That's a very strange ether antenna right there. Some kind of, they got a urn capacitor there. Check out that monstrosity. Big old wind catcher on that. Another wind catcher there. Trolleys everywhere. Fleur-de-lis right here. Oh boy. Look at that big arch. Good gracious. Look how big those columns are. Those are massive. Got a clock. It looks like 4 lines on the clock. Hard to tell. Whoa, what kind of techie tech is that? Man, that thing's really cool. Part of the wind catcher here. Goodness gracious. Got their antennas over here and here and here and here and here and there. Good grief. Oh my goodness. Phoenician shells. Maybe an unscrubbed cartouche there. There's a scrubbed cartouche there, and there. Okay. We will give 1904. All right. Not sure what's going on with that sun. Interesting though. These windows right here are part of a wind catcher system, and so are these. See how they open? And right here, these, this wind catcher, Phoenician wave, Taurus field, possibly a scrubbed cartouche in the middle there. See all that's facade. It's a brick building with facade. There's been speculation on who built the the brick build. It maybe that the brick buildings and the facades were done by different groups. Not against the idea, but I'm not completely. I don't really know. I don't see how it's necessary that that's how it went, but it's interesting to speculate about that. I'm not sure. This is interesting. That's a coin right there. See how it the brick has like a kind of like a dovetail look to it. That's a coin. Check out these ether finials here. Beautiful. Ether fencing. Fleur de lis looking thing. That is cool. Very cool. Venetian shell. Got your griffin, Tartaria, Taurus field. Kind of looks like a star fort right there. That's one hell of a building. Incredible. Got your Phoenix. I-878 on that building. I mean, oh, good gracious. I mean, seriously, let's just say got portholes here, part of the wind catcher, more of that ether finial action there. That's how they sucked in the ether out of the atmosphere. Ether finial, north, south, east, and west ether finial. Phoenician show. Let's just say that in 1878 that they finished building this structure right here. I mean, seriously, you're going to build that in 1878. I mean, just that alone doesn't make sense to me. Then again, what do I know? Market Street, towards the ferry building, San Francisco after the earthquake and fire, otherwise known as Dew Attack, April 18th, 1906. And the ferry building is back here in the back. It's still there today. We've got a rainstorm getting ready to come through, so I hope we hold up tonight. Can't control, the weather. The government does that. And they're in San Francisco. Their trolley system ran on a third piece right here. And this one ran on a cable system that ran underneath the streets. And it's still used today, which is really cool. And then later on, they would have changed a lot of them over to an underground electrical conduit system. And then they switched to the overhead lines. So this is what ether attack looks like. Excuse me, a Dew attack. I was looking out the window. Hey, creepy dude. Okay. I mean, all these people just dressed to the nines, walking through, this place that has just been totally decimated. This is no way an earthquake in my mind. I just don't see it. Oh yeah, we got Plato cobblestone roads there. Yeah, there's really rain coming down, guys. Got a lot of Plato in the street, I see. Taurus fields. That San Francisco was incredible, and they had to really tear it up. There was something going on they really didn't want you to see. This is where the famous movie, the film, A Trip Down Market Street, this is exactly where it was filmed. It was filmed going down this street. So everything you see in that film was destroyed. And from my research, there was an underground train that came in over here on the right-hand side. about 1.5 to 2 blocks off of the main drag here, if I'm not mistaken. Got Maryland, 1903, Baltimore from Federal Hill. It's a weird little boat thing. And I just thought this was a neat picture. Nothing in particular was standing out, but I just thought I'd share it. Got the trains on the barges. That's cool. There's that looks kind of a Moorish looking turret there. Oh, there's a nice building right there. Wind catchers up here. Arch windows back there. Ether antenna sticking up. Onion domes back here. Some cool stuff back there. There's your healing center back there. Arch windows. Let's see. Can't get in too close on these, but you can see some stuff going on. Wow, look at that. Get your wind catcher up here. Look at this monstrosity they're building back here. Portholes there, probably a clock there, wind catcher there, cupola. Wind catcher there, ether antenna. Okay, that's about it for that. Massasoit House, I butchered that. And R.R. Arch, Springfield, Massachusetts, 1908. I don't know. You pronounce it. I only speak one language, and that ain't it. And there's Fred. Fred's the Horse that Built America. And he is obviously on the job doing his job. Oh, we got Plato Cobblestone Road. I don't know what you're up to. There's Pooper Scooper Man there. There's Boss Man right there. Old Wolf Fire Hydrant. It's like an electric car there. It's an interesting doodad right here. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe a bridge. I'm not sure what's going on there. Got pavement light right there. More right there. Got underground ventilation there. Got pavement light here. Underground ventilation there. Pavement light. Pavement light. Pavement light. Pavement light. There's underground ventilation into all that. We built those stairs up, obviously. Let's see. That's weird. Check that out. Big ass arch, tourist field, Fleur de Lis. Not a French symbol, people. I think it stands for the flat earth. Weird right there. Old ether light. That's a coin right there. That's nice. Arched windows. Ether fencing, ether antenna up there, another ether antenna. An ether antenna we've removed and put on the side of the building, ether finials, ether fencing. Oh, Charlie. Check out that car. Oh, you know she's having fun. Okay, that's about that. Got a Metropolitan Insurance Building at night, New York, between 1908 and 1920. And what are we going to find? Coppola. Tauruses right there. Got your flat earth asterisks up here. That's a lot of electricity pumping through that thing. Got your modern numbers on there. That's interesting. Tartarian lions. Yeah, I said it. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. These are probably part of the wind catcher right here. These deals here, and those might be lions there. Hard to tell. Looks like you got people up in here. Man, that thing's crazy. That's a wind catcher. That's a lot of light. Okay, and got daylight, same building. So I thought I'd throw it in here just because, why show you one, not show you the other? They were side by side. Why not? Check that out. That's that thing. That's an etherphenyl, just like the one on the Ponce de Leon Hotel in St. Augustine, Florida. Very interesting. Get your flat earth asterisks up there. Let's see. Oh, hell no. I ain't climbing on the side of a building like that. No. No. Y'all can't pay enough. No, sir. Oh, we're installing the clock here. Very interesting. I wonder if they changed it out and just this was Roman numerals before and they changed out the hands, maybe the numbers and stuff. There's your Tartarian lions, pyramids, some more crazy nuts going up the side there. I mean, just seriously, we're going to build all this, but we got to do it with ropes. I mean, come on, people. This is like serious architecture. This is not. Come on. It's just too much. And it's one thing to look at these pictures and say, oh, we could build that. But, unless you've been up on a building this high, which I have, and worked and looked down, okay, and I'm not afraid of heights, but even if you're not afraid of heights, you look down from up here and you're going to pee a little bit, okay? That's how it is. It's going to happen because it's scary. It's too freaking high to work, okay? Now today we've got modern, technologies that, help with that, cranes and such, but, these guys aren't using cranes. They're not using scaffolding. They're using ropes and rickety ass boards. I'm not having it. New York, 1908, Presbyterian Building, 5th Avenue and West 20th Street. And let's see what we can find. Looks like they're digging up Play-Doh here. I'm not sure what in the world they're doing. They're up something, maybe adding some kind of line or something. That's really weird because, you know, here's pavement glass. All that's pavement glass. All across there. There's Boss Man right there. More pavement glass right there. All that is hollow, you know. Here's an outcropping door, which we had to put in to modify because the doors were too big, you know. Look how freaking big that arch is. You know. So, Taurus fields. More Taurus fields. Oh, baby. And this one's been vanilla skied for sure. Look how clean the edges are. Like they've just cut it out. It even looks like they cut that one off when they cut it. That's definitely vanilla skied. No doubt. I mean, you can tell if you really look at that. You might not be able to, I don't know how well you can tell it from here, but if you go and look at this picture, you'll be able to see that's vanilla skied. That there's definite vanilla skyage there. This dude's selling crack here. They might have pavement glass in that. There's a elevators, right? These things right here with these big arches, doodads. That's an elevator that goes down into the basement levels. Lots of pavement. That's all pavement glass right there, guys. And I heard someone say this week that pavement glass could be over 1,000 years old, and I just got to tell you, that's just not accurate. This was done in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and it was a technology that was used for a very short period of time because it was not very good technology. It is not any older than, it's no older than, I think the first patents were in 1850 something. Okay, so it's none of it is any older than that. So anybody that tells you otherwise, well, you need to do your own research. Got stairs built up to the over here. I don't know. There's a lot of horse shit going around these days, guys. We got to be careful. We got to do our own thinking. Don't take what I say as the end all and be all. Do your own thinking. Okay. I cannot stress that. Okay. I do the best I can, but I'm not the end all and be all here. Okay. So, take what you can and leave the rest. Got your Phoenician shell. And I don't know if you guys can see this. I don't know if it's clear enough, but there is definite, absolutely 100%. This is vanilla Scott. I mean, they've even cut off the urn here, the capacitor. They've cut it off in the picture improperly. So if you take a look at the pictures that are in the description, as always, you'll be able to see that and take a look at that better. Oh, there's pavement glass in those stairs right there. And that right there might be a basement sprinkler system. Oh, ether lights right here. Sorry, we can punch in. There's something over there. Okay, all right. That's about it for that. St. Clair, Michigan, 1905 residence on Front Street. That's odd. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Maybe a chimney stack. I don't know. I just thought this was, interesting architecture. People's homes with nice finials and Just beautiful architecture. Second Empire style. At the finials, arched windows, at the fencing. This is in, let's see, what was it, 1905, and the ether fencing looks like it's already fallen off the roof. Very interesting. You gonna build like this and not take care of it? I don't think so. Washington, D.C., 1927, Mr. Price, 8th and Jefferson Streets, Northwest. Okay, this is just weird. Okay, we got, what's up with these little tiny trees with the boxes around? Shit, I don't know, crazy. I don't know. This is just, I mean, seriously, you can just look and see the mud. You see that? That's just the mud. And no, it's not brick ash. And if it is brick ash, get me a sample and do a test and have it analyzed, and then come back and say, look, I have the tests that prove that it's brick ash. Until then, that's Play-Doh. Dumbasses. That's a coin. Sub Rosa means keep your mouth shut. What happens, what's said here stays here. Mudflood windows. I could make a case for that being a flat earth asterisk. Cannot read the sign, but I don't think it really matters. More Mudflood windows. And that's about just of that one. Washington, D.C., 1908, F Street, Northwest from Treasury Department at right, the Ebit House Hotel and F and 14th. Okay, that's a mouthful. And we'll go find offices for rent, tourist field. There's these brick, and got a big old Tartarian lion. Yeah, I said it. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. Ain't gonna do nothing. I said it. Tartarian lion. Say it again. Tartarian lion. Roar. Woof. How you like that? He's eating one too many biscuits. I think I eat one too many biscuits, but that's okay. I like biscuits. There's a electric car. There's underground right here. Blah, blah, blah. Tourist fields. You can see that it's a brick building with facade, crappy awnings, big ass ether antenna. Got capacitors. There's a healing center, porthole. Blah, American National Bank. Show me what you got. Let me see. There's Fred. And this has got the third line here, which is either a cable system underneath the ground or an electrical conduit system underneath the ground. And Jared Boosters a while back did a great video on that, and that's where I learned about this kind of, I knew about the cable system, but he really did a good job on that. So go check out Jared Boosters. Da, 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 da. What we got? So you got that crap right there. Oh, ether lights up here. Arc light there. This is a coin with a Q. Porthole right there and there. Ether fencing, ether finials, ether antennas. All bring into ether. Ether antenna, ether fencing and finial, ether antennas. You see the brick building with facade, or some people say facade, which I don't know. It's a weird way to say it to me. Tomato. And you got ether antenna, cloaks. Yeah, I need a cloak. Okay. And for the meltards out there, I keep my eye on the Meltology now to see what kind of horse shit they come up with, and I don't spend a lot of time on it because it's really, there's just only so much bullshit I can take in one day. But this one, I literally turned on one video, and within 30 seconds, this is the horseshit I saw. They were saying that this is a melted brick building. And this is the Canadian Parliament building in Ottawa, Canada. And, you know, I'll let you be the judge. If you think this is a melted building with its ether finials and ether fencing. This isn't the best picture, but I wanted to show you this picture. There's better pictures of it. This is ether finials. There's better pictures of it, but I want to show you this because it shows the area near the ground here, which is what they seem to be pointing out was the most melted part of the building. So I'm going to let you be the judge of that for your mind, but for my mind, this is not in any way, shape, or form a melted building. Ether finial, more ether finials. So anyways, this isn't the best picture. And to drive home the point, find some more modern images of when they were working on this building. And what they were saying in the video that I ran across was that this was, especially this part, was melted. So, I don't know. I just, whatever the hell y'all are talking about, I'm going with, this is modern here, okay? This is where they're trying to fix the basement leaking problems, I believe. But this would be the area they would be focusing on, saying it was melted. These aren't the best pictures here, but I just don't see melting. So, okay, I'm going to show you this video. And this is on the air systems in buildings. So we'll go ahead and take a watch.
Good ventilation practices and codes have developed over hundreds of years to try and keep us safe from the buildup of unwanted airborne accumulations. Of course, in the beginning, things that we don't necessarily think of as dangerous or difficult to expel today, they had to be designed, and something as simple as excess heat had to be studied and figured out. For instance, ancient Minoans, a civilization that lived in the island of Crete around 3500 BC, incorporated sophisticated designs for passive cooling with wind towers that produce and take advantage of the stack effect to enable greater ventilation than what was possible with simple openings alone. The stack effect is when warm air is able to rise up and out of a building, which in turn brings cooler air in through the openings below. Other forms of ventilations through roofs and otherwise have since been important features to exhaust heat or smoke from fires used in cooking and heating. At an urban scale, this finally needed mandating in England by 1631, when King Charles I decreed that the ceilings in houses must be 10 feet or higher, and that windows must be higher than their width to allow for natural ventilation. In 1666, a great fire in London destroyed a number of old housing stock, and many were built in their place which adhered to this standard and included chimneys, fireplaces, and large windows. This was undermined, however, when in the 1700s, property tax levels were determined by homes' window and chimney count, and frugal citizens began boarding them all up, many of which remain boxed in even today. By the 1880s, the amount of airflow suggested inside of buildings was given a quantitative value, and the general consensus was that the proper ventilation required was 30 CFM per person. CFM stands for cubic feet per minute. This is how many cubes with 1 foot sides of air volume need to be replaced within a room inside of 60 seconds. In the US, 22 states had this value prescribed by law in 1925. This is actually a pretty high amount of airflow and can make some people uncomfortable by being overly drafty. Now the typical rate is quite a bit lower, as low as 10 CFM in spaces with their minimal activity. In the United States, ventilation standards evolved in dense urban areas like New York first. This is not only because the density and the need to regulate how buildings serve citizens within these close quarters, but also the dangerous conditions of the city air and unscrupulous developers that wanted to cut costs in any way possible. By the mid-1890s, designers and architects in New York needed to file their building plans with the Bureau of Light and Ventilation. For instance, the 21-story American Surety building in New York, built in 1896, it included a ventilation system, but only for the lower 7 floors. Workers on these levels couldn't open their windows because the dirt and the grime of the city streets would get in. Shortly after the turn of the century, architects of the modern movement were actively promoting an architecture that would make us healthier and safer just through building. One great example is Alvar Aalto's sanatorium, built in 1932 in Finland. The building was a hospital dedicated to the patients with tuberculosis. And tuberculosis is a disease caused by the inhalation of certain kind of bacteria that attacks the lungs. At the time, the cure for tuberculosis was for the patient to rest inside of an environment with clean air and sunshine. So Aalto considered the building as a medical instrument to enable easy access to these activities. In addition to its clinical layout and clean material palette, each floor included sunning balconies near the bedrooms, and healthier patients could go and lie on the sun deck on the very top floor of the building. After World War II, nothing seemed more dangerous to us and the air than nuclear weapons, and architects like Ludwig Hilberseimer were deeply frightened by their power. He studied regional scale implications of the impact of nuclear bombs by looking at ideal spacings for cities to minimize the destructions and the harm. Part of that included looking at prevailing winds and how harmful radioactive fallout could be carried in the air from one city to the next. But then continuing on into the 1960s, there was a real interrogation of air and airflow as important aspects of architectural design. On the opposite spectrum of scale than Hilberseimer's, the firm Archigram was looking at individual solutions for air control, like their projects called the Kushikel or the Sudaloon. Each of these were mobile structures in 2 parts. It had a chassis and an inflatable envelope or a bubble. You could ride around in them, and they had an internal environmental system and controls, in addition to technology that could connect you with others around you. They had plugs like a door, and you could connect them together to make larger constructions with friends, to create collective environments with those that you deemed safe. This kind of thinking prompted the theorist and historian Rainer Banham to write a comprehensive history of environmental systems for buildings that he called the architecture of the well-tempered environment. In the book, he traces how buildings of the past were massive and thick, but well-ventilated structures. And these gave way over time through technological solutions to thin and sealed off buildings. Their thinness doesn't allow for the materials to absorb the sun energy in the same way and release it when it's cool. Also, by sealing off the buildings, we just move the same air around again and again. While we have the technology to solve these problems that come with these changes, there are new unforeseen problems that emerge. And one of those might be Legionnaire's disease, a severe form of pneumonia. It was discovered and acquired its name in 1976 when 182 people got sick, all of whom attended a convention at the American Legion at the Bellevue Stratford Hotel in Philadelphia. The cause was determined to be a new strain of bacteria that they named Legionella after the incident. It is believed that the bacteria grew within the cooling towers of the air conditioning system in the building and then spread throughout the space throughout the ducting. But back to people like Archigram and Rainer Banham, people like Richard Rogers sought to feature the HVAC system as an exposed, visible architectural component in projects like the Pompidou Center in Paris. It's lined with multicolored pipes and ducts which encircle the building in a 3-dimensional wall. Not only does this make them and the building flexible, it celebrated the technology that pushes the air throughout our buildings, elevating the simple functional tools into a spectacular and understandable monument of technology. Today, not everyone has learned the lessons though, and problems like sick building syndrome, or SBS for short, plague office buildings across the world. This is when occupants experience symptoms related to the time spent indoors without any other specific illness. A 1984 World Health Organization committee report suggested that up to 30% of new and remodeled buildings worldwide may be subject to excessive complaints related to indoor air quality. SBS is marked by headache and irritation of the eyes, nose, or throat. It might lead to a dry cough, dry or itchy skin, dizziness and nausea, difficulty in concentrating, fatigue, and sensitivity to odors. Most of the complaints, though, report relief soon after leaving a building. One of the primary causes of sick building syndrome is inadequate ventilation. And this can lead to the building up of chemical contaminants from indoor sources like adhesive, carpeting, upholstery, manufactured wood products, copy machines, pesticides, and cleaning agents, which may emit volatile organic compounds or VOCs, including formaldehyde. It might also include biological indoor contaminants like bacteria, molds, pollen, and viruses. These contaminants may breed in stagnant water that has accumulated inside of the ducts of the building, or the humidifiers and the drain pans, or where water is collected inside of the ceiling tiles, or in the carpeting, or in the insulation in the walls. We don't necessarily know what a post-pandemic architecture will be yet. Of course, many are working on it, but I wanted to leave with a project that is all about revealing the amount of space and technology that goes into controlling the flow of air in a typical office building. As part of the 2014 Venice Biennale exhibition, they constructed a section from a typical office setup within an old building in the exhibition hall. The drop ceiling sits about 10 feet off the floor, while at least another 10 feet above that drop ceiling is given over almost entirely to the ducting. While there are other pipes and other things in there, the size of that space is often dictated by the ducts because their size is large and it's determined by the amount of airflow that's necessary. So half of the building is completely inaccessible, and it's explicitly about making the other half fully accessible.
That is what I find interesting about that, is that in these old world buildings, we know that they had really high ceilings, and then later they had to, in order to get the air systems right, because the wind catchers were not going to work for them. In the old world, I believe the temperature was much better, much nicer. It's much better climate. But then when we got the buildings, they were either too hot or too cold. We couldn't heat and cool them, and so they had to come up with HVAC. But then where do you put the HVAC in the big buildings? So they came up with ideas of taking the 10 and 12 foot ceilings, 20 foot ceilings, whatever, and putting the HVAC in the top of the ceiling and using drop ceilings to hide it. So I just found that interesting that they did that, and I don't think a lot of people understand that's what they did. So, anyways, hope you like that. And then let's see. I want to show you this new
the end of World War II.
Hold on, slow your roll. Okay. I want to show you a video. I'm not going to pronounce this word. It's a German word, but basically, I'm going to show you this contraption that the Germans used in order to destroy the rail lines, the train lines, and I just found it a really interesting technology, and it's just something I just wanted to share. So let's take a look at that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Bear with a bee.
Near the end of World War II, brief footage shows an example of one of Germany's most notorious tools as they undertook a scorched earth strategy in retreat. As the war turned in the Allies' favor, the Germans sought to hamper their pursuers by destroying any and all transportation infrastructure in their fallback to their homeland. Thus, they turned to the Schienenwolf, rail wolf, or alternatively Schwellenflug, or sleeper plow. The device, appearing similar to a small train, effectively unzipped the rails behind it, leaving only rubble in its wake. Scorched Earth. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, USSR, had multiple distinct governments adopt a partial scorched earth policy in June of 1941 after Germany's attack. That way, they would deny the enemy access to telecommunications, railways, and industry and electricity resources. At the time, they destroyed their telegraph network sectors, making sure the Germans had to bring their own communications equipment. The Soviets collapsed mine shafts. They blew up infrastructures such as bridges and electrical generators, often causing more damage than the invaders. The German forces of the Army Group North and Army Group Don also adopted the technique once they destroyed food supplies during military operations. They forcibly sequestered crops, razed settlements, and burnt down farms. The idea behind the German destruction of the countryside was to slow down the Soviet army and help save civilians. The policy, too, meant to keep the Soviet army from taking resources from civilians. The best documented case may be the razing of Novgorod. This historical city was scorched by the Germans during the winter of 1944 as they retreated from Leningrad. All their historical monuments were destroyed. Toward the beginning of fall in 1944, Finland had to kick out the German troops stationed in the country, fighting in the north as part of a peace agreement between Allied forces. Up to that point, Finnish troops had been fighting side by side with the Germans. General Hjalmar Salasvuo led the Finnish army into an aggressive attack against the Germans in August of 1944 at Tornio. This forced the Germans to retreat rapidly, and by the end of the year, most Axis power troops withdrew from northern Finland. As a result, the Germans reconsidered. They decided to implement a scorched earth policy on their way to Norway. They devastated portions of the country, burning down over a third of the homes in their path. The capital of the Lapland province, Rovaniemi, was obliterated to the dismay of its citizens. All the bridges in the region were destroyed except for 2, and the roads were mined to no end. The massacre was later referred to as the Lapland War. When the Soviets started entering northern Norway, the Germans also pursued a scorched earth policy for their retreat. They blew up any building that could offer shelter to the enemy. Their goal, to create a buffer zone between them and Soviet troops. Adolf Hitler himself ordered Albert Speer, Minister of Armaments, to commence nationwide destruction of infrastructure through his 1945 Nero Decree. The most chilling part of the decree is at its very beginning and reads, quote, "It is a mistake to think that transport and communication facilities, industrial establishments and supply depots, which have not been destroyed or have only been temporarily put out of action, can be used again for our own ends when the lost territory has been recovered. The enemy will leave us nothing but scorched earth when he withdraws, without paying the slightest regard to the population. I therefore order all military transport and communication facilities, industrial establishments and supply depots, as well as anything else of value within Reich territory, which could in any way be used by the enemy immediately or within the foreseeable future for the prosecution of the war, will be destroyed." Yet even Speer refused to follow the decree. Once earlier in the war, he had refused to destroy the French industrial system during the German retreat. He had gotten away with disobedience in France, even with Hitler's knowledge of it. One of the most valuable pieces of technology during the German destruction of its own resources was the Schienenwolf, or Schwellenflug, the railroad plow used in Germany, Czechoslovakia, and other occupied territories. Schwellenflug, or Schienenwolf. The German Schwellenflug, or Schienenwolf, is a type of railroad plow. As the vehicle travels down a railroad, its massive hook-shaped plow pulls up tracks, virtually destroying it. Used to implement Hitler's scorched earth policy, it destroyed several sleepers by the end of the war. The enemy couldn't use them. To rip up the track, the plow was lowered from its center. This broke the wooden ties, bending the rail's steel. The Germans made sure no enemy rail vehicle could enter their territory. Bridges and signaling equipment were also severely damaged as it tore through its path. The Imperial Russian Army used a similar device during the First World War. As they retreated from the German Gorlice-Tarnów offensive, the Russians implemented this strategy in Poland. Maybe it even gave the Germans the idea. Likewise, the Czechoslovak army used similar technology during its occupation in 1938. The Germans themselves used a railroad plow for the first time in retreat from Italy in the Eastern Front. Their plows were designed and built by Krupp, a company from Essen, beginning in 1942. The way it worked was a mounted platform featuring a giant hook. It would shred everything it passed by at 7 to 10 kilometers per hour. To load the hook, the Germans needed only 6 to 8 minutes and a small team of 10 people. By the time the machine left an area, the railway sleepers would be completely destroyed, with the rails themselves taken to 73 to 93% of disrepair. Surviving models. Few models of the German Schwellenflug survive to this day. The Belgrade Military Museum in the capital of Serbia hosts one in a permanent outdoor exhibit. At the Historical Museum of Bosnia and Herzegovina, one is on permanent display at the museum's entrance. For several years after the end of the war, the recovered vehicle was housed in Hampshire, Britain, at the Longmoor Military Railway. Since then, it's been reportedly placed in the care of the National Army Museum. Still, it is not up for display to the public. A replica of the Railroad Ripper was built at Victory Park, an open-air museum at Boklanaya Hill, Moscow. Although German retreat and the Allied attacks managed to damage much of the German railroad, today the Germans house one of the most efficient rail transportation systems in the world and the largest rail operator in all of Europe, Deutsche Bahn.
Okay, so here's some images of that I found of this device. In addition to that film that we just watched, this thing is just what kind of mind thinks something like this? I don't know. They had so many rail lines that had to be gotten rid of. Yeah, I have to wonder if this was part of the cover-up, because I just don't know why you would want to destroy your rail lines. I mean, there's something that you can use if you did win. I don't know. I mean, it makes sense and it doesn't make sense at the same time, just like so much of this, research. Anyways, I just wanted to share this with you, and see, kind of what your thinking was. I'd never seen this before. And a lot of the stuff you don't know about. Not being in the military, you don't hear about this stuff. So this is some whack stuff here. I don't know if it has a connection to what we study or not, but by studying all kinds of different things, we can piece things together and maybe learn something new. So is Morgan saying it's a Tiller the Hun. That's pretty good. Yeah. That's about the gist of it. Oh man. Oh, I hope you guys are doing okay tonight. I'm just sharing some things that I've found through time. I'm trying to dig out some of this. A lot of this stuff is stuff I've found through years, and I haven't been able to use it for my videos. But I think it has importance to it. So, I might be sharing things from time to time that are just kind of left field kind of stuff. But if I'm showing it, I feel it has something to do with something that could help us in some way. So enjoy it for what it is, and if it helps, it helps. If it doesn't, then that's that. So that's that video, and I'm back there, and let's see what else I got to share with you guys. I want to. Okay, I've got so much here. Let me get rid of a couple things here so I can see the forest for the trees. Okay, I want to show you part of the. I'm looking at I'm trying to research my new theory, my new Mudflood theory, Mudflood rail theory. And I hope you guys have seen the new short version of the Mudflood theory that I put out this week, because everybody got all their panties in a bunch because I put out such a long video explaining my theory, which I did on purpose because I wanted to shake the dumbasses out of the tree and get rid of them. And then whoever stood in and stood by to hear the theory, that's who I'm talking to. So that's why the video was so long. Now I've put out a short version, so the people that originally watched the first video will not want to watch the short video because they'll feel it's a waste of their time. So I shake the idiots out of the bushes and move forward. But I've got a Oz Beast who's with me here somewhere. He let's see. There. You there, Oz?
Hey.
Hey, I got so much going on here. I think I was trying to talk to you earlier. I think I did. I think I thought you were in the stream, but you weren't. It
Oh,
was
good. Oh, good.
it was messing with me. I was trying to do 3 things at one time. This is complicated stuff, this streaming. But thank you for putting the questions in there. That was helpful.
Yeah.
I hope I answered some of them. But Oz, I wanted to say thank you for he's worked really hard on putting that animation together. And he did it with no budget. He did it with he did not have the equipment needed to do animations. So he did a bang up job on putting together the crazy ass thoughts in my head, trying to help you guys understand what I'm trying to say in 59 seconds. So big kudos to Oz Beast for your work because that really turned out super duper good. I mean, of course, you know, if we paid the CGI masters, you know, billions of dollars, they'd come up with something better, you know, Hollywood version. But, you know, you did a bang up job, and I just want to pat you on the back for that.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And I think that once that video kind of, and it won't take long, but once that video kind of runs its course on views, I'm going to put out the same video, but in not in a short version, so that it is large format, so that you can actually see it better. Because on the shorts version, you can't see the detail of the video as much as I wish you could. So I'm gonna put that version out later, and that will, I think, be helpful. It'll be the same video, it'll just be a larger version, and you'll get to see, you know, more, I think, better how it looked. And I don't think I told you this, Oz, but I put your icon in the video because when I went to make the short video, when it reduces it to that short tiny version, I couldn't even read your name. So I didn't like it because you literally couldn't read your name. It was
Oh, good.
So, anyways, that's why I did that. And Calum, I put out a video recently. The purple zone. Is that what it's called, Oz?
Purple zone? Yeah, the purple zone. It's all about pavement.
Yeah.
Purpleized it.
Yeah. Oz did the all the purpling on the images for that video for the photographs. So another pat on the back to Oz for purpling those. He's working on more. He really enjoys doing that. And Calum has done a bunch of purpling for me too, and he does a bang up job on that. And in the end of that video, he got a plug also for his. He did one of the images in that video of Charlie Chaplin walking down the pavement lights, and then it shows the purpling there. So kudos to Calum too. Hadn't seen Calum in a while. He's been having internet trouble, so we wanted to give him a shout out. And Calum is actually part of the original crew of Oz, and myself and Calum were involved in coming up with this Mudflood rail theory of the Cloudbuster creating rain over hills that then sluiced mud into the cities and towns. So he was in the thinking of that, and he was a big help on that. So big kudos out to Calum. He wasn't around when the video was released, so he didn't get to get, you know, patted on the back. So that's that. And let me see what else. I wanted to show this, and I want to show some pictures of this also. I've got a video here talking about how steam locomotives work, and I've been kind of studying steam locomotives because I believe the steam locomotives are old world. I believe they were for people that were our size. If you look at the size of the compartments on the trains, I believe they're made for people our size and not the giants. So if you look at a locomotive or a train car and you look at the sizing of the doors and things, they're sized to our people. So if those trains were from the old world and they're sized to us, here's my thinking. I'm thinking that we were in control of the train systems, and that we ran the trains, the freight trains, and maybe transportation of some sort, and that's why we utilized the trains in the Mudflood attack, which we also did. And so I'm studying the locomotives because I noticed a similarity between Wilhelm Reich's Cloudbuster and the internal workings of the steam locomotive. So I'll go ahead and show that, and we'll see what you think. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. Maybe it has nothing to do with nothing. Either way, it's interesting. So I'm going to take a look at that.
Hello, Tanner, and welcome to episode 32, How a Steam Locomotive Works. Let's take a look at the major parts of a steam locomotive. This part here, with the windows, is the cab. The cab is where the crew of the locomotive work. The crew consists of 2 men, an engineer who drives the train, and a fireman who tends to the fire. Directly in front of the cab is the boiler. The boiler has 3 main parts. Right in front of the cab is the firebox, and the firebox is where the fire is, and it heats the water in the center part of the boiler here. And in the very front of the boiler is the smoke box. The smoke box acts as a sort of filter to keep sparks and hot ashes from flying out of the smokestack and lighting the trees and fields on fire as the locomotive passes. The wheels underneath of the locomotive are grouped into 3 different types. The small pilot wheels in the front. Their job was to guide the locomotive in the turns and keep it from derailing. In the middle are the large drive wheels. Now, some locomotives had drive wheels that were over 6 feet tall. And in the back here are the trailing wheels. They help support some of the weight as well. Now, behind the locomotive is the tender. The tender is a special car pulled by the locomotive that carries extra water and the fuel, such as wood, coal, or oil. Now, this dome here on top of the boiler is called the steam dome. The steam dome is where the steam was collected from the boiler and sent to the 2 cylinders on each side of the locomotive. If we could look inside of the locomotive, we would see the firebox here with the fire in it. The heat and smoke from the fire traveled through dozens of pipes surrounded by water, through the smoke box and out of the smokestack. Here's a picture of what the firebox and the pipes would look like if you cut away the sides of the locomotive. The heat traveling through the pipes heats up the water in the boiler, turning some of that water into steam. The steam, which is under a lot of pressure, is collected at the top of the boiler in the steam dome. The steam then travels down a large pipe on each side and into 2 cylinders, one on each side of the locomotive. Inside the cylinder, the steam pushes on a piston, which is attached to a heavy connecting rod. That rod goes back and forth and makes the drive wheels spin. Now, the cylinders is where the real work was done. So let's take a closer look at what's going on inside the cylinders. Each cylinder has 2 chambers. The top chamber contains a valve, and the bottom chamber contains the piston. The valve in the top chamber slides forward and backwards and allows the steam from the large pipe on the top to enter into the bottom chamber either in the front of the piston or in the back of the piston. Let's open up the throttle and see what happens. In this position, the valve allows steam to enter into the front of the piston. The force of the steam pushes the piston back. The piston drives the connecting rod backwards, and the wheels turn halfway around. At this point, the steam in the bottom chamber is used up. The valve in the top chamber has also moved, and now it allows fresh steam to enter in behind the piston. It also opens up a way for the old steam to escape. The escaping steam is what makes the chugging sound. This fresh charge of steam pushes the piston forward, which pulls the connecting rod forward as well, and the wheels make another half turn. Now we're back to where we started. The valve, again in the forward position, allows fresh steam to enter and the old steam to escape. And so it goes, back and forth, the drive wheels making a half turn every time the piston is pushed each way. Steam locomotives were so powerful they could take a train weighing several thousand tons from a dead stop to over 100 miles an hour. And you will notice that there are no gears here like in a transmission of a modern vehicle. A steam locomotive doesn't need them.
So that is interesting there. And I was looking at. I've been asking questions about. I've been asked questions a lot about other theories that people have about how the mud flood happened, and one of the theories is earthquakes. And so I was looking into. I don't feel that earthquakes were how it was done. I have several reasons for that, but one of which is that earthquake weapon technology, not now, but back then. See, a lot of people, they like, oh, we got HARP, we could do earthquake. No. You got to think about in the 1800s. Not now. They didn't have HARP in the 1800s. Okay, so that's null and void. But back then, what they had was the ability to do what Tesla did with his earthquake machine, which ran on steam. And basically, if you look into it, his earthquake machine was basically, imagine a boiler, a steam boiler, that then pushed the steam to that piston valve system, and that piston valve system just went up and down, and the vibration, the resonance was increased more and more and more and more and more until it basically, he about took down the building he was in testing it. But that's how his machine works. So then, when it comes to creating an earthquake back then, you basically have to have a mobile machine that would be able to do this, which I think it could be possible to use a steam locomotive to produce the power to run the earthquake vibration machine. But then you have the problem that an earthquake, you couldn't target it. It would target from one area, and it would just basically create a liquefaction, and a liquefaction would not run downhill. Another thing I got asked today was, well, what about melted buildings that are on a hill? And I was just kind of like, well, the simple answer to that is that there was a bigger hill that is no longer there. That's where the mud came from. So kind of mark that off the board. I don't know. I've been hearing some interesting people and their views, and I like to hear this stuff because I want to find the flaws in the theory. We went back and forth on this. Me and Oz and Caleb, we went back and forth talking about the possibilities of what could be wrong with the theory, which was really interesting conversation. Looking for the holes to where this theory might not be correct. Another thing that I found, let me share this. I was looking at the same, the same stuff with the steam engines, and I started finding that they had a lot of them that exploded. And I just thought these were very interesting images. I'd never seen these before. So maybe you've seen these before, maybe you hadn't, but these are images of blown up steam engines, which are extremely violent. I mean, somebody died. And I can't even imagine living through that. But I just think this is really quite cool. But, these pipes, they just remind me so much of the Cloudbuster. I don't know if there's a connection, but it's just something that I was thinking about. I'm trying to work this out and find the holes in the theory, the hypothesis, whatever the hell you want to call it, my idea. It's just me thinking. Okay. I get asked all the time, how did the mud flood happen? Where did the mud come from? And I'm trying to answer that, and I'm trying to use my research over the past few years and what mind I've got in order to come up with something that's plausible. And I think my theory's pretty good. And if it comes up wanting, if I find a reason that it's not plausible, then okay, we'll go back to the drawing board. But right now, this is what I'm working with. Is it the truth? As far as I know, I don't know. It's just what I came up with, and between myself and Calum and Ozbeast, we came up with this whole deal. And of course, when I first told them, they hit the fan. They were like, "Oh, what about this? And what about that? And what about that? And what about this?" And they were hitting me from every angle. And by the time we were done and said, I think they were pretty, convinced that there was something to it. Not 100%. I'm not 100%. I mean, this is, I can't prove it. I wasn't there, but this one is a faked photo of a real photo. But I just thought this was badass. Talk about apocalyptic looking. Well, that's freaking crazy looking. I think the real picture's in here too. That one's not a real good one. No, that's not. I don't think that's the real one. I'm not sure. I believe that's an old steam tractor. These things are just crazy looking. A lot of these pictures aren't real good, but anyways, you can enjoy them for what they are. I think that might be the one that they faked with the skull. I'm not sure. It's a nice high resolution one. Oh, this one happened at the train yard where they work on the trains. And one thing I've learned recently is that all the steam engines had to be, for every day that they worked, they had to be serviced for 1 day, which I find incredible. This is the inside of one. They've opened up and let you see inside the workings of it. I mean, they're quite incredible machines. They really are cool. I found a neat video this week. I shared it on in the Mudflood Club about steam tractors, and they were showing it was from 19. I can't show it on here because it's copyrighted, but it shows a steam tractor show in 1950, and they had miniature steam tractors, just like the miniature trains that we see in the the mini trains. So I just thought that was really cool. So that's on the Mudflood Club. You can check that out. And I think, let me check here. Okay, I got one more thing I want to share before I do this other thing. Bear with me. Okay, this is a guy who he bought this place called Harrodsburg Castle in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, and make sure I'm full screen. Yeah, in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, and he is he's remodeling this house, and it's just really, I've been keeping up with him, and it's just really fascinating the work he's doing to do this. He's doing this all by himself, and it's just really cool. But this is him repairing the stone arched window. And what I want to show you in this is that is the let me back up a little bit. That is the window that goes in the stone arch. And what is interesting about this to me is that this, when you look at it from the outside, the stone arch goes all the way around the window, and it looks like a completely arched window. But then when you get inside, the framing of the window, even though the window is an arched window, the framing is square. So that's what I find interesting about this video. And this is him putting in the keystone and setting that and working on the block work that's beside it. And no, those blocks are not melted, in case you were wondering. They're made of Play-Doh, because that's what we build out of now, Play-Doh. And there's some Play-Doh bricks. Those are not melted bricks, they're Play-Doh bricks. Let's see, I wanted to get where he gets in this wind. I think this is it. This is where he starts putting in the wind. Or you see the squareness of the hole. This guy's doing all this stuff by himself. His wife's sitting there filming him. She don't help him. She just watches the films and wait for him to break something. But see how that thing is framed? I just think that's really interesting for our research, is that that's an arched window from the outside. I'll show it to you later outside, and you can see the how it looks from the outside. It just looks so much different than you think from the outside. You're looking at it how it would be. Here's he's getting ready to put it up into the frame. He's putting the frame into the frame. So I mean, that's an old world window right there. Very cool. That's not something you see very often. You get to see the inner workings of it. I love little treasures like this. Really cool. He's setting it in place now, and you can see the block work around it. And he's used the brick here to frame it out, because he had, a lot of the brickwork was torn up in the block work. He had to replace that and put in new block work. But that's on another show. That's that what I was trying to show here. But let me get to where, see the outside. Okay, right there, that is the outside. That's how it looks to us on the outside of the buildings. I mean, this is this is how things look from the outside and the inside. And see, if you look at that, it looks like it's an arched, like the frame is arched, like it's arched into the block work, but it's a square frame. I just thought that was really cool. So that's that. I think that's about all I wanted to show on that. So I'm gonna stop sharing that. So this past week, let's see, I guess on Sunday, I believe it was, I got a comment from a viewer. I want to say his name was Old Sam. Not positive about that, but anyways, doesn't matter. And they were asking, they were saying, did you see Levy's video this week talking about Dublin, Ireland? And of course I did. I always watch John having my morning coffee on Sunday morning. But the comment he was saying that Levy was saying that there is no mud flood in Dublin, Ireland, and he was saying And I was like, what? And I remember the comment, but then I was like, well, I have to go back and look at that. And then he was saying that there's no, Levy wasn't saying this, but the commenter was saying this, that there was no uh, pavement light in Ireland. And so I was looking back at the video to see exactly what Levy said. And here's what I took from the comment, and I'll play the comment for you just so that we're understanding what was said, to be sure.
There doesn't seem to have been any mud flood in Dublin. The streets seem to be made of brick and stone. And here are these people, the new residents or the old ones.
Okay, so basically what it says, there doesn't seem to be any mud flood in Ireland. Okay, now the picture he was looking at right there when he was saying that is a picture from 1916, an Irish rebellion. So it's a later picture talking about the brick. You can't see any mud flood in that picture. So I can see where there's no mud flood to be able to talk about. And then saying, talking about the brick roads, well, the brick roads would have come after the mud flood. So we did that. So that's null and void. Although, wait a minute. Well, sorry, those are Play-Doh roads. They're not, cobblestone brick roads. Those are Play-Doh roads. Sorry. And so, but basically what I took from it was that he wasn't saying that there was no mud flood in Dublin, that he was saying there doesn't seem to be any evidence in the photographs he's looking at of Dublin of mud flood. And so I was like, okay, I need to get on my boots here and go see what I can find. And so I started off looking for pictures of Dublin, Ireland, old pictures. And I found the same thing. Most of the pictures were really crappy. There were the later, like, the ones from the rebellion. Yeah, they were a little better, but you go back further and there just wasn't very good pictures of Dublin, Ireland. And what I mean by good pictures, I mean, they were cool pictures, but they weren't good high resolution images where you could get in and look at things. And no, I did not see any mud flood windows and doors or pavement light or any telltale signs other than the architectural standout things. So then I was like, well, there's got to be something there. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll just Google, drop into Dublin and see what I find. And let me share this. Within 20 minutes is all I spent on Google dropping into Dublin. I found pavement lights and windows and doors below ground all over the place. So I'm going to go ahead and say and put my big seal of approval that Dublin, Ireland is a mud flood city, unquestionably. There's pavement light all over the place. This is on Suffolk Street. So there's some there. This is on also on Suffolk Street. More pavement light. More pavement light on Lord Edward Street. And these were just a couple that I grabbed. I was going to show you guys. I like how they do the halfy thing right here, like they do in New York. And this is on Halston Street. And this is, we've got some underground action here. And, I found a lot more than this. This is just stuff I took screen shares of. But that being said, let's go and let me get my act together here. Let's go and look at Google and see what we can find in Dublin on the Google Drop. And I'm waiting to see, make sure I change over here before I go running me chops. Make sure we don't get them. But I don't think that. And it's funny when I went back to comment to the guy. Okay, we're going. When I went back to make a comment to the guy and tell him what I found, he had deleted the comment. So, I don't know. I tried to answer, but I don't know. What I found is there's definitely Mudflood in Dublin. I'm just dropping in here. I don't even know where I am, but let's see. There's Pavement Light right there. That's some really old stuff too. You got Taurus Fields. Got a wind catcher there. Let's see. I think that's that weird symbol. I wish I knew what that was. That thing is so weird. I mean, this is definitely old world. Got probably either a ventilation or glass going into the underground there. We've already established there's pavement. There's more Pavement Light. So I mean, it's not hard to find the evidence of Mudflood in Dublin, Ireland. I mean, I don't think that there's more Pavement Light. And anytime you see Pavement Light, I mean, there's no question there's something below. Lots of Pavement Light there. I mean, so no problem finding Pavement Light in Dublin, Ireland. There's more. This is like a treasure trove. Oh man, that's a cool little door there. What's up with that date business there? That's weird. So this is definitely a cool place, and I wanted to go look. When I heard this, I wanted to go look myself at Dublin because I had never. There's a underground window, so some more stuff to look at underground. There's stairs going underground. There was some Pavement Light in case you need that. More stairs going underground. And I just dropped in here now. I didn't select this. There's more Pavement Light. Y'all probably get tired of seeing Pavement Light and hearing it. That's okay. We won't hold that against you. I don't know where I'm going here. I'm just kind of going, help. Okay. Go over here. Why not? Okay, let's see. I'm getting a little, sometimes you get stuck. There, I got out. Okay. It's like a video game. Oh, any billionaires out there? While I was doing this the other night, I had a billion dollar idea. So contact old BEAGS and I'll share my idea with you. Just cut me in. But you're going to have to really get off your wallet for this one. There's a underground right there. All that's hiding in underground right there. Yep, no doubt. No doubt. Doggone city bus got my way. I'm trying to do some mudding here. What's wrong with you? Oh, that's pretty cool. Hope you guys are having fun tonight. This is fly by the seat of my pants here kind of stuff. I don't really, I don't plan this too much. I try to save up stuff to share with you as much as I can. And see, it takes a lot of time to put stuff together for a show because everything I do, I test out. Nice Mudflood windows there. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and confirm that Ireland, Dublin, Ireland is a Mudflood city, in my opinion. And I believe that Levy is, or would be, I-85 on that building. I would imagine that he is on board with that as well, even though that's not what he said. I don't think that's what I think he was just reacting to what he was seeing in the images, which if I was just looking at the images, I would have thought the same thing that he did. So anyways, Not bashing anybody here. I'm just pointing out that even though something like that is said, you got to take it with a grain of salt that there might be a little more to it than what was said. So that's really cool. Let's see. This is a great city, man. I'm glad I came here and this is what when I first heard this, I was like, oh man, I've never dropped in or even looked really into Ireland really at all that I could remember. If I have, it was maybe not on purpose, but I'm really glad I did this because this was a good experience to come and look at this place. Because I didn't know that Ireland was this fucking cool. I really didn't. There's a nice underground there, so more confirmation of Mudflood. There's some pavement light in case you need that. There's so much pavement light around here. I don't even know where I'm at. I'm just farting around here. I could literally spend the rest of the time in Dublin, Ireland, but I'm hoping that you guys will give me some ideas for cities. Oz, if you're out there, do you have a city that anybody would like to go see? And you said something about Josh R.
Oh yeah, Josh R. He wants to see San Angelo in Texas.
San Angelo. Okay. I bet that right there is a 1901. I bet that is an old fire station right there. It's got a very fire station-y look. Okay, San Angelo, Texas. Was that right?
That's the one.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find that without San Angelo. Where San Antonio is. San Angelo. No, I'm not seeing it. Let me see. Here it is. Oh, okay, so it's tiny. Okay. All right. I was looking for something big. Okay. Let's see. River. Oh, damn, they're not going to do a... Oh, maybe they did. Yeah, they're doing 3D. Okay, good. That helps. Let's see. Where's downtown? Not seeing it. Do they have a downtown? Let's try that. Okay, that sounds promising. Let's go look right here, see what we see. Okay. Some old brick here. Some interesting decorations on the building there. Some arches. Let's see. Not sure where to go. That's the hardest part, is knowing which way to go here. But that's okay. I'm feeling my way. Okay. That looks old right there. That's a very common style in the old world. I've wondered at points if maybe they had catalogs where you could pick out like your buildings your style. I don't know. Some interesting design work there. Something down here. Something old. See, that looks like it's brutalist facaded right there. So I bet you if you look at old images of this building right here, you would find something cool. Let's go down the back and see if you can see anything. No, not letting you see it. Definitely never been here before. It's just amazing how you can drop in anywhere in the world and see things that are just, very similar. There's mud flooded windows right there. Let's go over here and see if we can see anything on the back. Got some hanky-panky there. You got some railing here, which is a possibility for something. Okay. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on here. And, this is something I should point out for my mud flood rail theory is that when you're looking at like where are the train tracks, if that's part of your research for this, don't go by what you see on Google Earth, because there are so many train tracks that are gone now, that you really want to look at old train maps and things like that, because a lot of the that's interesting. A lot of the train tracks have been pulled up because when they got to the point where they didn't need them anymore, they got rid of them. That way they didn't have to service them, and they used the steel and things like that. Interesting bridge. Okay. All right. Have you got another city? Let's see.
Yep. We've got. Let's see. Still in America. We had Deadwood in South Dakota. We were going to look at.
Oh yeah. South Dakota. All right. I have been here, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That's the highest up in that area that I've ever been. It's pretty country. Oh, the Black Hills. Okay. Deadwood. This looks interesting. Adams Museum. Let's see what that's about. Wow, look at that. There's that could be pavement light right there. Hard to tell. This would have been that's glass into the underground right there and there and there and there and there. So that's interesting. Oh, this is an interesting little place here. Okay, a lot going on around here. Okay, getting my bearings here. Well, there's your hill. And, from my theory is that, we're, the question becomes, well, a lot of folks have asked, well, I don't have any hills. And as I've pointed out before, that the hills are gone. They sluiced them. They did the same thing like they did in LA and Seattle. They sluiced the hill away. They turned the hill into mud, and there is no hill now. So that's where your hills went. Now, can I prove that? No, I don't know how. Maybe there is a way to prove it. I don't know how. I would love to know if there's a way to prove it. We're spitballing trying to figure out how to prove that. But right now, so far, I don't know how to prove that. But that's what I'm thinking. You got to have the mud come from somewhere. It's got the, mud just doesn't, show up. Unless God decided to mud flood us and snapped God's finger and we're mud flooded, which, you know what? For all I know, there's some mud flood underground right there. For all I know, that's what happened. I heard today. Oh my God, a little Meltology, Meltard 101 for you. I heard today saying that maybe God is the one that melted all the buildings, but what they were saying in reference to was buildings that were only half melted. So I'm thinking, okay, so if God did melt these buildings, why did God only half melt the buildings? That's kind of the logic 101 kind of thinking. There's a window underground there, and there is a underground right there. I don't know, but is it possible that God did this? Yeah. But I don't think that's what the Creator does. I really don't think the Creator screws with us. What the hell is going on right there? I don't think the Creator screws with us like that. The Creator wants us to create, not destroy. And I just don't feel that the Creator would come in and destroy us. Got some underground right there. I don't know. That's just my thinking. I don't think the Creator did this. I think we did this. I don't think we're talking about acts of God here, acts of the Creator. I think we're talking about dumbass human beings being dumbass human beings. Check out that underground right there. And this is technically not even technically, this is a viaduct right here. That is a viaduct. Right there. That's a viaduct. And there's an underground right there. Oh, and there, and there. That's an interesting little place here. I've never been looking here. Glad we did. Cool pick. That's why I like your picks, because you'll make me look at things I haven't seen before, and I get to learn new things and get to go different places. You get to, I'm trapped. Ah, you meanie thing! Don't you be mean to me, mean hateful thing. Let me get back up here. Maybe it'll unlock me. What we got over here? Oh! What we got there? Oh, get. This thing's so aggravating sometimes. Oh, hello, windows and doors, below ground. Well, windows. They usually get rid of the doors. I think there's a nice one there. I think they brought the doors up and used them. It's kind of what I've been thinking. How they did it. This is a strange place. It's really cool though. This would be a cool place to go take a vacation. Oh, back. Oh. Look at there. Look at that. See that? Let's see if there's any more. Oh wow, look at there. Looky there. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I like to see. Why would you do that? Why? Come on. There's underground right there. This is a great little touristy area here. I like this. Very cool. Whoa. Hello, Missy. The Apex 1996. So, that's odd. Huh. I wonder if that building is old and they put that date on there later, or if that actually is just a building that's made to look old. I do not know. That's interesting. And I cannot tell you because I do not know. If I knew, I would tell you. But I don't know, so I won't tell you. Get over it. And what are we going to find? What are we going to find? Yeah, this is a really cool little town here. Is this considered like a Wild West town? I think I'm getting into modern stuff here. I don't know. Oh, Starbucks, good Lord. Yeah, we're definitely in the wrong spot now. Let's see if we missed anything really cool. Let's see. Yeah, what do we got? What we got? We got over here. Yeah, where was I? I think I was down here. Sorry, I'm enjoying this little town here. This is really cool. Yeah, check out how they built that. And there's some grates going. Let's get up here. You can see them better. Windows right there. See that? Yeah, yeah. Because there, and this makes sense. I mean, this is logic right here. This is how you build. Well, we just built into the side of the road, the hills, man, and then we covered up all the arches because, Bueller, coin. That's a coin. I mean, come on. I wonder if I can get down that. I don't know if they'll let me down here. Oh, you are going to let me down there, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah. Feel like I'm getting a backstage pass. Oh, that's melted brick right there. Good God. Some covered up stuff there. Let's see. Oh. Interesting. I love going down alleys if you can, because you see just they don't have to. People don't go down alleys. They're scared to go down alleys, you know. So people don't get back here and look, and they don't take the time to go back in them, so they don't have to hide it as well. So underground. They're not gonna let me back there. Let me go. Bear with me. I'm having fun. Let me go back over here. Go down right here. I don't think this is somewhere I want to be. Let me go. Keep on going. I want to go up here. So underground. Let's see what they got going on up here, because I felt like there was some hanky panky going on. Public library. Yep. What do we know about public libraries? Yeah, that makes sense how they did that. Yeah, that really sense stuff there. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Okay. I think. Let's see. What's going on up here? Anything? Get in the backwoods here. See what's going on. This is a cool freaking place, man. Oh, where the hell I'm going? I've done gone up to the Psycho house here. There's your mud. Okay, enough of that. Oz, do you have another place?
Yeah. I've got I Heart Fairies says Chillicothe in Missouri. I'll put it on the chat so you can spell it right.
Yeah, let me go find that. That's a hard one. Let's see. Okie dokie. Oh, that is a weird one. Okay. All right, I got it. And so many of these I hadn't heard of. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, there it is. Chili Cothe. Okay. That's a new one. I think I'm right here. Wait, no, let's go back. Start here, I think. Already got some windows on ground level. Some interesting architecture up top. With everything brick. Let's see, I want to go this way. I-893, I-896. That's a cool little town. There's your clocks. Let's see what we got back here. Oh, get over there. It was on ground level. Oh, where the hell did I just go? Okay, wait a minute. What's that? Look at that. Oh, look at that. See that? Does that make sense? I wonder if I can go down this alley. No. Yeah. So now I'm lost. Okay. Let me go this way. Going down the backs is a good idea. Okay. I mean, they just bricked that one right on up. Right there, there's a hint of something. I don't know. Right there, too. Got your fleur-de-lis right there. So that'd be a symbol for the flat earth. Very cool. Stuccoed over. Oh, boy. Okay. See how it went, like, kind of bad imagery there? That's it went into an older Google Earth blah 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 imagery, and it does that from time to time, and it just it's not perfect technology, so it does the best it can. Oh, some good choices today, no doubt. Diamond symbology there. Glass blocks going into the basement right there. Let's see if I can get down here. Nope, ain't gonna let me. There's some underground right there. Oh, that's a cool one. Ah, dang, where'd that truck come from? Ain't gonna let me see what I want to see. Can I go down there? Nope. Ain't gonna let me. Oh boy. Okay. Drinking and Googling again or something. I don't know. Whoa, sorry about that. I got stuck somewhere. I have no idea where I'm at now. Oh boy. Okay. There's. I think this is downtown. Does that look like downtown? Let's drop here. Why not? Ain't got nothing better to do. There's a little underground for you. Let's see. I've got to really turn around here. Okay, I'm gonna go on. Have you got another city, Oz?
Yeah, I got one from last week left over. Boise in Idaho.
Ah, I haven't looked there. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Big old sucker. Laurel leaf control. A lot of these buildings like this have flat Earth asterisks on them. Yeah, right there. Speak of the devil. Wow, and you can see these stairs would have been added by us. Big old sucker. Now let me see. Let me out. Let me look. Okay. Whenever I see the dome, I always look in a straight line for the obelisk. Let's see if I can find an obelisk. Well, what we got there? It's, not exactly an obelisk, but it's kind of interesting. But a lot of times they've removed the obelisk to another place or just destroyed it. But okay, where was I? Okay, let me see. Is that one right there? That'd be down right there. Interesting. I have to wonder if there was an obelisk there at one point. I don't know. Have to look into the history. They've destroyed so much. So just because you don't see something doesn't mean that it wasn't there. You have to look deeper into the history to find the truth or evidence. I don't think it's truth. It's what is truth? I don't know. We get so indoctrinated by these words. We just do the best we can. Telephone. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. They have done some. Look at that. There you go. And there you go. Yeah. See if we can get down this back alley and find anything. Oh, go too far. Let's see. Nope. 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 Let's see. Alleys are good. I like Yeah, you can really find cool stuff. There you go. Little underground action there. Let's go down this alley, see what's down here. Yep. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's melted brick. Oh, ew, it's bubble balloon puffed up like a marshmallow. Oh, good grief. I'd like to see the science on that, please. Any kind of science. Any kind of experience. I would like somebody to create a blown up red brick for me because I'd like to see that. I really, really, truly would. I would really, really, really like to see that. Oh, marshmallow brick. Okay, okay. Okay, I know there's stuff here. I just don't know which way to go. I can sense it. The empathing is kicking in. Yep. Mm-hmm. See? Told you. I knew I'd find something. Just a matter of time. Let's see. I'm going to go down here where all this action is. A lot of time where the action is where you'll find good stuff. That. Oh, get better. Look at that. Interesting. Okay. Haven't found any pavement like in this. I guess they left it all in Ireland. Oh, yeah. Hello, little feller. Hello, underground. Hello, more underground with glass over it. I mean, why would you do that? It's logic. It really boils down to logic. Why would you build like that? If you had a choice, okay, it would be a big deal if it was one building, or a couple buildings, or a few buildings, whatever. Look at that. Seriously, it wouldn't be a big deal if it was, a few, not many buildings like this. Then it'd be like, oh yeah, that's kind of clever. Yeah, they were trying to just be different. That's not what we're dealing with here. It's not what we're dealing with at all. This whole thing is there's definitely something going on here. That might be a flat Earth asterisk, but I can't tell because I'm not back far enough. Let me get back where I can see it. And let's say no. That's weird. You got a T going up and a T going down on the top. That's really strange. I hadn't seen that before. Let's respect my authority, Google. Okay, that's odd. A box hanging over the side of a building. I don't know if I've ever been to Boise, Idaho. I can't remember. I may have. I've been so many places in America that I don't even know anymore. All these cities look the same, especially when you're, I went in and out of them on tour, so they I don't know. We didn't do a whole lot of like touristy things. We really didn't feel like it. We're usually too tired to care about the tour stuff. In the bigger cities, we would do things just because it was, so many cool things to do. But All right, have you got another city, Oz? So yeah,
Yep.
good to know.
Let's go to Lafayette in Louisiana.
Ah, okay. We Lafayette, Louisiana. Give me to me. There we are. Okay. I've never gone and looked here. Let's see. Where do we get the bearings? Okay. Some kind of school, maybe. That is really interesting right there. I mean, that's a flat Earth asterisk right there. So this must be a school. University of Louisiana. Okay. Let's see if we can find. Looking for the downtown area. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. Click on it. Wait, did that do it? It did do it, did it? Where is it? Okay, this is supposed to be downtown. Yeah, I think that'll pass for downtown. Let me get right there. Drop, little man, drop. Let's see, got anything weird? That's odd right there. Okay, nothing there. Okay, they are really. This is pretty modern here. That's odd. Huh. I don't know what that is. Let's go up here and look what we got here. If you look real carefully at right at the edge of the bottom there, you can find things sometimes. Some really good stuff. You just got to. It's hard to, you know, hard to see. I mean, you got to really look. There's a nice fleur de lis, fleur de lis, however you say it. I'm country, really not. I mean, I just got turned around. I don't know where I'm at. Where am I at? Oh. I'm not finding too much here. I'm not in the right spot, I suppose. Which is weird because it's got that big. Let me get out of here and go look at that. Where's that school at? I don't see that. I'm so turned around. I don't know where I'm at. Okie dokie. Dang, that school was huge. Now I can't find it. What's that thing? Oh, that's boring. Reminds me of a panopticon. Here we go. Drop me down there, see what we got here. What y'all hiding on us? Anything good? Those are weird little windows. I think all these buildings are too far in. I'm not gonna see them too good. That sucks. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this. Not seeing anything jump out too good. I'm stuck. Oz, have you got any cities that you want to that people want to see, or do they have any questions about anything I've shared, or anything they'd like to know? Let's see.
Okay, I think we covered the questions so far a bit earlier, but we've still got a few cities that people want to see in Europe. So we've got Hippie Shake wanted to see Bordeaux in France.
Okay, alrighty. Hadn't looked there. That's a new one on me. That's what's so wonderful about this, is that, you know, there's so many cities to look at. It's like ridiculous. You know where Bordeaux is. There it is. Never been there. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Alrighty. What do we got here? Let's find out what's going on with this thing. Oh, yeah. Obelisk. Oh, baby. Look at that. Yeah. Can I drop down? Yes. Oh, man. Old crappy photo. All right, hold on. I'm trying to find. They're not gonna let me do it. Let me go. Try here. Let's see what we got. Okay, I like this a little better. Old obelisk. Oh, like a Ferris wheel. Interesting. And this is something I've found in my research, is that these old these obelisks had a light feature to them. Usually it's 4 lights. This one seems to have 3 lights on each corner, but usually they have 4 lights with multiple lights on the post. But they seem to be part of the feature of the obelisk, and they were removed on a lot of them. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So I have to wonder what's going on with that. I'm just going to drop in here somewhere. And I have wondered with the fact that, and this is an opinion, but it seems to me that the architecture in over this way is better. Not in any particular country over here. There's a flat Earth asterisk right there. That it seems like the architecture is better. The designs, the amounts, it just seems like the architecture is better. Not saying that, you know, America doesn't have amazing architecture. It just seems like almost like diamond symbology, almost like America was founded so much later. There's some Mudflood winters there. So much later that they. You ain't gonna let me out of here, are you? So much later that they. That's odd. Maybe it was just populated, built up later, and they just didn't build as much there yet. For some reason, and I've also speculated that maybe this is all my speculation. I mean, I don't know. I'm just spitball speculating here. That maybe there was a long time ago that this place got really just decimated, and then they didn't come back and build here for a long time, and that's why Europe and Russia and all these countries like that are built up more. But I don't know. Seems to be something going on there, in my opinion. Just amazing architecture. I mean, this is why people go to Europe to tour, because it is so amazing. America has this kind of stuff, but it's more spread out. And so if you could take all the amazing buildings in America and put them in one city, it'd be different. I mean, New York's got a ton of this stuff, but then again, New York is if you've ever been to New York, it's not really the place you kind of want to just go around and walk around in like this. I mean, you want to go from point A to point B, pretty much. You want to go from this tourist site to the next tourist site, and you want to get there as quick as possible. You don't want to linger. You don't want to just, like, I could get out here and just walk, okay? And I could just, or grab a bike and just ride around and look, and you're not going to do that in New York. First off, they'll grab you off your bike, take your wallet, steal your bike, and that's if they don't decide to just beat you up for shits and giggles. It's hello, little fella. Damn, that's just not something you just run across every day. I mean, and they got these niches, and they obviously removed something out of that. What did they remove? What did they get rid of? Who knows? But no, I mean, this is you're not going to go walking around in the Bronx and as a tourist destination. It's just not going to do it. It's just not work. America's not like that. America's pretty boring. Although I had this friend one time, and she was from England and from London, and she her parents separated, and her father was from America, and so she came to live with him, and that's it. Roundabout, right, in a nutshell, that's how I met her, is when she came over here. And so she was telling me that when she first came over here, how interested she was. I'm locked up here. How interested she was in how much space we had here. That just, it was very interesting to her that we had so much open space, and I had never thought about that. Like, it never even occurred to me that we have a lot of space, because we do have a lot of space, and we don't I guess we don't we don't appreciate it. Good gracious, we don't appreciate it because it's there, just like, I mean, do people in that live here in Bordeaux, France, do they appreciate living in this environment? I don't know. They might think, oh, it's full of tourists. Oh, if fucking Americans, they come over here, they get in everything like a plague. Oh, God. And they don't even see the beautiful buildings anymore. I don't know. I'm just trying to find something melted here. That's all I'm doing. I mean, that's basically the only thing that seems to be important these days. And why do I feel that it's important to keep bringing back up melted? Well, see, here's the thing. Unfortunately, the melted buildings theory is connected to the mudflood theory. Not by choice, but by guilt by association kind of thing. And hello, and there's nothing that I can do about that they are connected to an extent, even though they're two separate events. But the research that's being done there is not good research, and it's reflecting on what I'm doing. And when the mainstream people get a hold of what these people are doing, they're going to look at them and they're literally going to chew them up and spit them out. But the problem is that in the process of that, they're going to look at us in the Mudflood community, and they're going to lop us together like we're all one big group. And so I'm defending my territory. I'm going against the grain here. And I don't really give a shit if you like it or not. I really don't care. I know what I'm doing. I know why I'm doing it. And if it pisses you off, well, maybe you ought to think of why I'm doing it. Maybe you ought to stop and think, why is BEAGS continuing to harp on melt tarts? Why? What is bothering him so much about this? You know, I'm telling you what the big dogs can't tell you. You know, truth is, the big dogs, you know, the big researchers here, the people with big channels, they can't tell you these things because the ninnies will jump on them and they'll attack them, and they just can't stand up to this. But see, I don't have that problem. I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't care. If it's if I don't believe something is correct, I'm going to tell you. And if it upsets you, well, then I'm sorry, but I don't care. I'm going to speak my truth, and that's going to be that. I mean, you have full authority to turn me off. That's okay. You ain't going to offend me. Okay? I'm going to speak my truth or what I think is right, regardless of what you think. And I ain't wishy-washy about it. Okay? I ain't, ninnying about it. So that's that. There's two separate events that we're talking about here. Anything melted happened a long time ago. Now, what melted it? I don't know. It's not my focus of study. I have my ideas, but it's not my focus of study. I don't really care. It's just not interesting to me. I'm not saying it's not interesting. It's just not. This is more interesting to me right now. Now, one day, that's really pretty. One day that may change, and I may find something interesting about, that I want to go deeper into it. What I'm trying to stress is that, there are melted buildings, absolutely, 100%. But not everything is melted. Matter of fact, most things aren't melted. Matter of fact, everything I'm looking at here is not melted. There's nothing melted about this. Where show me a melt. Where's the melt? Okay. So, and icebergs aren't melted. Slate's not melted. Okay. Cobblestone brick roads aren't melted. Okay. Goes on and on and on. We've got to use discernment. Just because, if I show you this building right here, okay, and I say, oh, well, this is old world building, okay, well, you might say, oh, wow, that is old world building, but is it? Okay, this is just my opinion. Okay, this is my opinion. This is old world building with tourist fields, seashells, very Phoenician looking. It's my opinion, but in order to find out if this building is an old world building, you might want to look up the address on the street, 20 Rue St. Catherine, okay? And go look up and see if you can find the history of that building to see when it was built. You may find it was built a long ass time ago, right? Or then you might find it was built last year and made to look like this. I doubt it, but you might, okay? So what I'm saying is that even though old BEAGS is saying, hey, look, an old world building, well, you might, if you really, if you question it, if you think maybe there's something not quite right, okay, well, do your own research, okay? I'm not here to tell you what to think. I don't want you to think what I think. Get out of my head. Get in your own head and use your own mind, okay? And don't let others, tell you, what to think. Just, let them give you, ideas of things to look into and ways to look at it, and then make up your own damn mind, and maybe you'll find out that somebody said something right. Maybe you'll find out something ain't right. Maybe, you might find out more than that person found out. You don't know. Go deeper is what I'm saying. They're not going to let me get down that road. That looks really cool, though. Alrighty. Hey, Oz, have you got another location?
Yeah, okay, so we've got a few in the UK. Kim Ray wanted to see Liverpool.
Liverpool. Oh, I forget where Liverpool is. Damn American. Don't even know where Liverpool is. Hell, I don't even know where half the stuff I'm looking at is. Okay, let's see. Chapel Street. That sounds interesting. Let's see. Hey. Wow, that's pretty. Maybe a Sub Rosa tourist field. See, there's your mud flow. You can see the flow was going this way, going to the right. Look at that door. Got a yep, flat earth asterisk on the door. Tartarian lion. Wow, first building in. How about that? Okay, there's a nice little underground for you. There's a little underground trapdoor there. Oh, that's cool. An old facade that's been burned out or something. I wonder if that was bombed back during the war. I don't know. That's little Mudflood's windows there. Probably right into the basement there. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get this way for some reason. I don't know why. Was there any interesting questions, Oz, that anybody was asking? Let's see. They made a lot of columns.
Nope, they seem pretty pretty on board with Mudflood at this point.
Okay. I like questions. I try to answer folks in the comments as best I can. If it's a good question, I mean, you know, a lot of people they don't leave a comment where it's really respondable. That could be a wind catcher right there. It's not really any meat on the bones to comment to. So, but there's some nice mud flood there. If you leave a comment that's something that sparks my, mind into answering a question. I mean, I like answering questions because it, makes me think. It challenges my my thoughts, which is good. I like that. So yeah, bring on the comments. Because I find they're helpful, and then other people can go and read at a wind catcher up here. Other people can go and read the comments and learn something too, by your question. So that's good. Not to mention the algorithm likes comments, so it helps. It helps the channel, and I'm I'm a small fry. I don't I don't monetize on my channel, and you may not realize that, but I don't. But even though you'll see ads on the videos, see this past year, that damn YouTube, they made it so whether you're monetized or not, if you qualify for monetization, which I do, they put, even though you don't monetize, they still put ads on your videos and they monetize it and make money. So even though YouTube is making money on the videos ads that are running, I'm not, because I'm not monetized. That's nice right there. So no, I'm not monetized, and which makes it very difficult for me to get seen in search results. So basically you pretty much have to be you have to get kind of lucky, or search like an exact kind of term that I've used, or sometimes the algorithm messes up and it'll release me into the algorithm, which happens very rarely, and usually they clamp me pretty quick. That is really cool right there. Nice little underground. So yeah, I'm it's important, please share my channel with your friends and besties, and I doubt your families probably think you're as cuckoo, which is okay. That we all go through that. Don't worry about them. They'll come around in their own time, and there's nothing you can do about that. They'll just think you're a cuckoo clock until they realize that they're the cuckoo clocks. But just show them your love, and I'll go on from there. But friends and family are the portholes. Friends and family are the hardest people to wake up. They literally They don't believe you because how would you know anything that they don't? You came from the same place they did. So, just don't even try. Um, and that was one of the first spiritual lessons I learned is don't try to wake your friends and family up because, well, they won't believe you. Um, and I ignored it because I thought I was the newly spiritually awakened felon, and I figured, oh, they'll listen to me, they'll at least look into what I'm saying, and yeah, they don't, um not at all. And yeah, see, does that make sense? But that's the Devil's Club. Tattoo parlor, cool. um no, there is no devil. The church had to have an adversary. So they made up that figure and used it to put asses in seats and get donations to their plates. So, yeah. The only one you need to concern yourself with is the Creator. And, the Creator's not going to put you in some, everlasting fire and brimstone hell. So don't worry about that. The really who you really need to be concerned about is you, um, because when it comes down to it, in the end, you're not going to be answering to God. Okay, um, God is you're just here creating. Okay, you're just here. You're God experiencing God being God. Okay, but who you're really going to answer to in the end, when all's done and said, and you're on the other side, you're going to be answering to yourself. And you're going to be saying, well, why did I do this? And why did I do that? Oh man, I missed this lesson. Oh, I got this right. Oh, I got that wrong. Oh, this was perfect. Oh, I got to do this again. And you're going to be reviewing your own life. And you're going to be kicking your own ass for the stupid shit you've done. So, quit worrying about, burning in everlasting hell, and start worrying about treating your friends and your family and your neighbors and your, everybody with, love and decency, and try to treat them as you want to be treated from today forward, because, well, yesterday you were an asshole and tomorrow you don't have to be. And so there's Spiritual Lessons by BEAGS. And I heard a comment recently that summed up spirituality in a very simple way, and it said this. It said, spirituality is 50% namaste and 50% fuck off. And that's pavement light right there. So yeah, that really is the truth, is that there's light and dark in everything. And I think that's I made this mistake when I first woke up, is that's a really cool building. And see, there's a modification, a stair modification inside the building. When you first wake up, you feel like you're this spiritual being, and everything's rainbows and unicorns, and everything's going to be wonderful and honky-dory and love and light and blah blah blah. And then a while into your awakening, you have another awakening. Basically, you go through the dark night of the soul, which is a hoot, and you come out on the other side with a different perspective. Let's just say, you realize that at some point, and this takes quite a bit of spiritual learning, is that you can't have the light without the dark. You can't have the dark without the light. Okay, and so just remember the lessons you have learned from the dark times and the dark experiences, because they're just as important as the light. Now, try to go towards the light. That's probably a good idea. Not saying be some kind of dark asshole. I'm just saying at least know that that's pavement light right there. But at least remember and learn from your dark times and your dark lessons and the shitty times, because don't try to push them out of the way like they didn't happen. They did happen. You know, you've had shitty times. You know, at one point in your life, you've probably been a real asshole. That's pavement light, and I'm speaking from experience. So but that's okay. That's okay. We're here. We're here to learn things. That's our whole point. That was pavement light. In case you missed that. There's more. In case you want some more. And some more. But there's so many lessons to be learned. And there's new lessons all the time. But that's our whole point of being here on this plane of Earth, in this incarnation, is to it's like a big school for see, when we're in the higher dimensions, which is where we come from, on a soul level, we can't experience what it's like to hug a person with down here at the arched doorways, underground level areas. But you can't experience the physicality of third dimensional hugs. Okay, just like you can't experience what it's like get punched in the fucking face. Okay, it's not possible in the fifth dimension. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with that clock. You can't experience those things in the higher dimensions. So we come down to the third dimensional reality in order to have these physical experiences of pleasure and pain and suffering. And it's like people ask, well, why does God make people suffer? Why do bad things happen to good people? It's not bad things happen to good people. It's choices that you made from a higher dimension before you were incarnated here, of lessons that you wanted to learn. You wanted to learn getting pickpocketed and having your ass beat. That's something you chose to learn. I don't know why you chose to learn it. Who knows? I've chosen to learn some bad lessons, some really bad lessons. Okay, but that's just how it goes. There's a point. There's lessons to be learned here that we have to learn them. And this isn't God doing this to you. This is you doing this to you. You chose the lessons before you came here. It was your choice. So stop blaming God. It's on you. Just little spiritual lessons I've learned through the years. Got some windows below ground that have been covered up. This is a very cool city. Hello, inside. Anybody want to see the inside? Okay, well, there you go. That was weird. Okay, now get me out of here. Sometimes you get thrown in there. I have no idea if I'm going, which way I'm going. There's some really cool buildings here. What's so wonderful about this is that you can always come back here and see it completely different than the first time. This is in a way better than being a tourist on the ground, because you get to see a lot more in a way. Pavement light, in case you didn't recognize that. I was just seeing if you recognized it. So anyways, I mean, there's just goes on and on. Oz, have you got any more cities there? Locations?
Yeah, we've got a couple more in the UK. We've got Hippie Shake, one called Port Mirion in Wales. It's a very small place, but I guess she wants to have a look at that one.
Okay,
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, do that, because I hadn't heard of that one. Let's see.
Port Mirion.
Huh. I'm not seeing it. Is it?
Oh, sorry, the other chat. No, that's it.
Oh, it's on the. Oh, Port Miriam. Oh, okay. I got it. Okay. I thought you were saying court. Okay. I hadn't heard of this either. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think Hippie's over there in. She's over there, shacked up near Martin. I did. Oh wow, this is tiny. Wow, this is a town. Oh gosh. Okay, there it goes. Oh. Okay, I don't know what in the world's that. Does that look Phoenician? That's really odd.
Guess this is what Wales looks like.
Wow, what an interesting little place. Yeah, I need to find me a multi-billionaire to I am way lost. Hold on. To uh, share my new idea with. That's something I've always I've done for as long as I can remember. Is I'll have these $1 million ideas and I just give them to people because I don't. That's not really ever been my. I don't know why I keep going. Is this where I'm supposed to be, Oz? I don't even know.
Yeah, this is the one.
It is okay. All right.
Maybe it's like a seaside town or something.
Yeah, maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm not getting anywhere here to go.
All right, how about we go to we've got Oxford in England or Glasgow in Scotland?
Oxford. Okay. Okay. Load up. Not sure. I don't know where it is. Okay. Talking about the university? Is that the? Okay. Well, this is good enough. This will work. Yeah, scrubbed cartouches. See how rough that is right there? I think that they came up and just chiseled off whatever's on those things, and then kind of sanded them down a little bit, and they're whatever was there is just lost to history. That's an elephant. How weird is that? Oh, whoa. There's a Tartarian lion. Oh, I like these windows. Really cool. Oh, what's this big fella? Oh, look at that door. Jeez. And there's some more empty niches. Oh, why in the world do they? I mean, what in the world was in those things that they took out? I mean, they didn't want you to see some more scrubbed cartouches. Oh, okay, we got the rainbow. I put this thing in the Mudflood Club today of Mark Dice going into the city council, and he's acting like he's for like transgender rights. Oh, it had me dying. That Mark Dice has always cracked me up. The way he does his stunts. I mean, he is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mudflood winners there. I truly believe there was a a mud flood event. You know, when I first heard this, I didn't like. I was kind of in denial at first because it was like I knew. Well, I came across first mud the windows and doors below ground, not knowing what they were. There's pavement light. Um, and so when I heard the mud flood idea, I was like, well, you know, I don't know what the hell they're talking about there. But you know, I know that I know these windows and doors ain't right. This I know. So it was like, okay, well, we've got to find, you know, something that works for this because they didn't build like this. This just doesn't even make any sense. Um, Something they've done some kind of hanky panky there. Um, these old apartments. I was watching something where they were talking about how they went in and they split these things up. I forget. I think they call these two up, one down, or one down, two up, or some kind of apartment. This isn't a great example of it. Usually, it's one in the ground that's um, a apartment underground. I guess that's where the servants live because everybody got servant back then. Yeah. So, uh, and let's see. Oh wow. But they broke the apartments, and then it made me think. You know, well, oh hello. Well, that's interesting. How you know if they were that big? I mean, it's like that was one big home for somebody. You know, and they broke it up for people our size. I don't know. I'm just interested to find some research as to what happened to the giants because I don't think we've ever really come across anything that explains that. I haven't heard anybody say anything that really rings my bell on that resonates that's right, but I don't know. I heard one day somebody asking, saying maybe they just up and left and like went. I think they said beyond the ice wall, um, or something like that. And you know, I don't know if there's a damn ice wall, and you don't know if there's a damn ice wall. You ain't never been out there to see if there's an ice wall, and you ain't never going to go out there and see if there's an ice wall. So, not saying there is an ice wall, not saying there is an ice wall, but all I know is you don't know, and I don't know. But the point is that, um, you know, what if they did up and just like leave and go somewhere? Um, I don't know where that somewhere is, but what if? What you know that actually makes more sense than anything else I've heard. Is they just got up and left. They're like, screw these little midget people that are messing with us, trying to flood our cities. Look at that big ass door. You know, and they just got up and left. There's pavement light in case you need that. You know, I don't know. But I would love to know where they went. I bet they were pretty cool. If you haven't seen that the movie BFG, I would highly suggest going and check that. And I watched a movie this week, which is rare, but I did. I just wanted to do something mindless, and I just happened to put this movie on. I had no reason to watch this movie. I don't know. It was there. There's something in that niche that's interesting. There's a movie called Don't Look Up. I don't remember if it was on Netflix or where, but anyway, check that movie out because if you liked the movie War Inc. or the movie Idiocracy, go check this movie out, and you know just ignore the whole. The premise of the movie is that there's a comet that's going to hit the Earth. That's like the whole thing. That's like the major plot of the movie. But it's the movie starts off like it seems like a normal. It kind of starts off kind of like the movie the Core, or that movie Armageddon, or something, or Deep Impact, something kind of like that. That's kind of how the movie starts off. But then it slowly progresses into like an Idiocracy War Inc. kind of movie. And I was just really the viewpoint it was given was pretty interesting. So a little movie recommendation if you're wanting to fry a couple brain cells, which from time to time that ain't bad. I don't do it much, but every now and then you need to step back and let let your hair down and forget about it's good to walk away kind of thing. It helps you clear stop your mind and helps you get clear your thoughts. And if you're ever having a problem, you can't get to a solution, walk away, go do something else, and it's amazing how fast you'll come up with something. As you said, Scotland?
Yeah, Glasgow.
Okay. Let's see. Wow. Hello. Interesting clock. Yeah, it was definitely what the hell? Okay, fireman. It was definitely next level over here in Europe. I think over there where you're at, Oz, I think that it's more sporadic, like it is in America. From what I can tell, that whoa, hello. Oh, can I go down there? Ooh, okay. How cool is that? Oh man, I'm like back in the alleys and shit. Hell yeah. Oh, what was that? Oh, yes. Got a blocked up porthole there. Yeah, I think over there in Australia, it's more sporadic, like it is in America. I mean, there's a lot there, but it's not like packed in like this. The flat Earth asterisks. It's just more sporadic. It's less dense. I mean, it's just not as much. These guys, I mean, they really had something going on here. I mean, there's ain't no question. See, out where I am, I mean, there's hardly nothing. No portholes there. Just hardly nothing where I'm at. There's so few buildings here that even qualify. It's just not enough to even get excited about, unfortunately. Man. And the closest city to me is Fayetteville, North Carolina, and they burned it down back in the day. Hello. So that was one of the ones they had a great fire, and it burned the damn thing down. So what you see there today is nothing compared to what was there. And I can't even find really any good pictures of the place. So I hadn't even been able to do any research on it to even see what it did look like, which is kind of messed up. Can't even trace the history of your location. Man, there's a lot of hills here. So the mud came from up here. I love how you can go down the alleys here a lot of times. That's really cool. Let's see, anything let me get down? Yep. Look at that. Okay. Okay. I never realized that Scotland had so many hills. This is cool. Go back. Whoa. Whoa, I missed something. Hey. Look there. Okay. Ah. Okay. Next week, there's some nice underground right there. Look at that. Next week, I'm planning on a deep dive on one city. Is the plan as of right now. So that will be going to go and we're going to check out. I'm going to go deep dive in there to see what we can find in one area. I'm going to go street by street, and you'll have to wait till next week to find out where we're going. But I'm going to look at a theory I've had, and I'm gonna see what I can come up with. The old saying, if you want something done right, do it yourself. And that's what I'm going to do. So that's what we'll do next week. So it'll be a little bit different. Got the Griffin. But I think it'll be interesting. And this thing is going to be fluid. I never know exactly, I don't want this thing to be stagnant. I want it to be, kind of whatever it wants to be every week, and not one thing. So I hope that I know these are long, but I get a lot out of this, and I hope you get a little something out of it. And Oz, I really appreciate you hanging with me, and it's very helpful that you're standing there and watching over things to keep me informed as to what the people are asking. It's really helpful.
That's all good.
So thank you again, and go check out the new Mudflood theory animation that Oz made. It is really cool. He worked really hard on it. I'm sure he cussed me about 50 times in there without me knowing it, and that's okay. I can understand that. But he listened very attentively to what I was looking to see and hoping to accomplish with it, and he made the idea come to light. And so at least go take a look at it. You don't have to agree with the theory, hypothesis, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's an idea. It's just, it's my idea right now. And Calum and Ozbeast had a good hand in working out the theory, and so they deserve a lot of credit for that too. And so anyways, check out the new Mudflood theory and see what you think, because I think we're on to something, and I think it's got good possibilities for the future of the research and what we can find out there. But anyways, thanks all of you for hanging out with me, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.